From all corners of the globe, incredible teams are heading towards one city with one shared passion for one big race. The Dubai Duty-Free SP20 Sailing League Regatta 2022. Following its successful 2021 launch, the second edition of the anticipated competition will see top teams battle it out for the thrilling sailing championship in the iconic city of Dubai. Last year was full of excitement in our first ever live broadcast from Dubai Offshore Sailing Club, thanks to the Dubai Duty Free's generous support. This year, the stakes are even higher. Fitness, techniques and endurance are put to the ultimate test in an inspiring journey. 24 teams from around the world with over 70 sailors will battle it out throughout 50 races for 4 spectacular days to be crowned champions of the Dubai Duty-Free SP20 Sailing League Regatta 2022. Follow all the action presented to you by Becky Britton and Helen Bulkley. Embark on a sensational ride at Dubai Offshore Sailing Club with a full day of broadcast live on YouTube. Join us from the 1st to the 4th of December 2022. Passionate about sailing in Dubai since 1974.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you from wherever you're watching in the world to the Dubai Duty-Free Sailing League Regatta 2022. My name is Helen Bulkley. I'm one of your hosts for the next few days. The sailors are very shortly about to go on water and start the regatta, but we've managed to hold them here. They are the stars of the event for the weekend. So let's hear it from our sailors. Thank you so much, everyone. As you can tell, they are buzzing to get started. Let me introduce to you Becky Britton, my co-commentator, will be your host for the rest of the weekend, and we're very excited about some great sailing.
Thank you very much, Helen. We're hopefully not going to be sharing microphones the whole time, but I would like to invite His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Hamdan Al Nahyan to the stage, our head of Sailing and Rowing Federation. Good afternoon, sir. Well, you're going to have to bear with me. We can hear each other. Live on the TV can hear each other, but the sailors are just going to have to be super quiet. Welcome to dosc. Welcome to Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta, our second edition. What is it you're most excited about so far?
Well, everything. I'm happy to be here and to cheer all the sailors and wish them good luck.
Fantastic. Now, I hear from a little bird that you're an avid kite surfer. Yeah. Is it something that you might like to see a similar sort of format for kite surfing, maybe?
I hope so, yeah.
Do you think
surfing is in the Olympics?
That's fantastic. Do you see yourself being at the front of that as well?
My children, not me. I'm too old.
No, you're never too old for sailing. And obviously we've got great celebrations going on in the UAE at the moment, especially on Saturday. We have a traditional dhow race taking place. What size are the dhows that will be racing?
Well,
Mohammed
Harib. Well, he's taking care of that.
I put you on the spot. I would like to invite Mohammed Harib onto the stage from Dubai International Marine Club. So I put Sheikh Ahmed on the spot there with the size of our traditional dhow. So on Saturday we obviously have the traditional dhow race. What size boats will be racing?
It's going to be the youth class, 22 feet.
Fantastic. Well, what's really exciting in terms of the youth is we're seeing so many more young sailors, dhow sailors, kite surfers coming onto the stage, and we're especially lucky here today in the fact that we have 2 fully youth teams racing. So do you hope to see more youth sailors into both modern and traditional sailing?
As a matter of fact, to have both events happening at the same time, that's a very good crossing bridge between both events, and it's a good feat for both participants to see the others and the opportunity of joining in youth racing if it was on the fields of dosc or the IMC at the same time.
It's fantastic. Well, SAF are a huge supporter of obviously sailing across every iteration and water sports. Obviously, rowing is growing as well. And is it something have you ever got yourself into a rowing boat yet?
Stand-up paddling.
Ah, stand-up paddling. Do you fall over or are you okay?
No, I'm very balanced.
Good. Is that all that extra yoga you're doing or the kite surfing that keeps you balanced?
Kite surfing.
Kite surfing. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been amazing to have you here on stage and to be part of such an amazing event. I hear you're now heading out onto the water to start our first race, so good luck. I hope you enjoy yourselves out there and have a lovely afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So as we talk about with youth sailing, we're going to hand over to Helen, who's going to interview some of our teams in the crowd.
Thank you very much, Becky. Now, as you can tell, they're all very loud and excited, but here's the real test. I'm going to come into the audience with a microphone, and then we're going to see, yeah, no one wants to talk to me now except Youth Before Beauty. I would love to talk to the dosc youth team. If I could just come in here. Can I talk to you about how excited you are to be here and get on the water racing against the rest of your competitors here?
Yes. We are very excited and very nervous because they're all very experienced and we're new to this and we're excited to learn a lot from this event.
But nerves, we were chatting earlier, weren't we? Nerves is a good thing. Why do you think being nervous is good?
Nervous means you care.
Couldn't agree more. So what's brought you guys together?
So dosc sent out an email a few weeks ago saying would anyone like to participate in this training. To then be decided, they whittled us down to the best of the training to participate in Dubai Duty Free.
And so how old are you? Am I right in thinking, is Ryan? Ryan, how old are you?
12.
12 years old. And how old are you?
Also 12.
So we've got two 12-year-olds on the boat. How old is Leonie? How old are you?
I'm 17.
I'm 16.
Okay, so it's a very young team. So how are you feeling against it? I mean, they're all a lot older than you here. There's always the argument about youth versus experience. Youth definitely on your side. How do you think you're going with experience?
Well, we're getting there. We're learning a lot, and hopefully next year with the same youth team we will crush them. But this year we're trying to get experience learning, hopefully placing top 10, we'll see.
Love that. Day one, and we're using the word crash. That's what we're after. And just one more question. What are your plans with your sailing aspirations as you go forward?
Our plan is to keep training in the SB20, hopefully go to the SB20 2024 that they host here, hopefully be the dosc youth team for that.
Well, I wish you the very best of luck, and I hope you all have a great first day out on the water. We'll be rooting for you. I'm not allowed to say that, but we will be rooting for you. And do come and talk to us again. Best of luck. Thanks, guys. Right, let's go and see if we can have a chat with Annabelle. Now, Annabelle is a team who are a family here, so there's always different dimensions on board when there's a family involved. So can I come over to Team Annabelle? Hi.
We're not quite complete.
You're not complete. You're missing a sailor, day one.
Missing one. We're missing a daughter.
So what's the setup of your team?
It's a star team. We had the pleasure to race together 5 years ago. And we have our coach from Tasmania to help us all. So we're having fun. It's good. It's nice to sail with the girls.
Absolutely. So they're your daughters. What's it like sailing with your dad?
It's nice.
I'll step away for a second.
No, it's nice. We learn a lot from him, so that's, I think, the best part, to sail with him.
And whereabouts are you from?
Holland. Rotterdam.
And you said you're missing a team. There's another daughter of yours somewhere, isn't there?
Technically went away.
She saw you coming, I think.
This always happens. They were cheering at the beginning and then they disappear. And Mum's around somewhere?
She's coming this afternoon. Yeah.
Okay, so going to come enjoy some spectating. Well, thank you very much. Here's another daughter. She has come back. She thought I was just wrapping up and she's returned. Well, I love the honesty. What are you looking forward to about this event?
Just having fun. I'm not looking forward, just having fun.
We're going to win. That's the spirit.
Yeah.
You know, parents are always great cheerleaders. He's right next to you on the boat, cheerleading all the way. What's it like sailing together as a family? Because are you able to, if anything gets a bit feisty on board, are you able to leave it?
Yeah, I think it's actually, I've been doing quite a bit of racing with people who you need to build a team. And here you can tone down the expectations and sail better. So that's what's happening here.
That's so true if you're relaxed and you're having fun. And what do you think so far about the setup here? And in your sailing experience, how does it compare?
Fantastic. Coming from a rainy Netherlands, this is quite pleasant. And the setup is brilliant. It's very well organized, very clear. and now we'll have to prove that we're worthy of joining this. So it's going to be fun.
You're definitely worthy. Well, thank you very much for joining me, and best of luck out there on the water. We'll see you get on and look forward to talking over the weekend. Thanks for your time. Well, as you see, the sailors are very shortly heading out to the water, and we will be very much looking forward to see how they get on as the first race gets underway. Okay, well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure working with you both.
Well, thank you.
Very easy.
Nice speech, by the way.
Sorry?
Nice speech, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
On the water, take time.
That's it, interview finished? That's it for interview.
You with her?
We stay here?
Huh?
Did we stay here?
No. You guys take a break. Come up to the top with Ella.
Okay.
Yeah, you can come up to the hot. Then you take. I'll get the only guys that are going to get tortured on this here.
See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. You can see behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. You can see behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. see behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1.
here on the Arabian Gulf. I am Helen Bulkley and this is Becky Britton. A very warm welcome. We're at Dubai Offshore Sailing Club for the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta 2022. And as we saw before, the sailors are very excited to be here.
Absolutely. I think they were a little bit nervous when they first arrived, and the Arabian Gulf and the sea out in front of us was just this absolutely glassy aquamarine colour. Now we're starting to see the change. That sea breeze is starting to come in and we've got the slight ripple starting. Few holes still there on the sea, but we can definitely see the breeze up. We're picking up from that 4 knots that we started with this morning. So I think they're getting ready.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot better than the glass that we saw earlier on. As is form here, the breeze does build throughout the day. So we start with afternoon racing and it should only get better from here. So just a little bit about us. My name's Helen Bulkley. This is Becky Britton. Now, Becky Britton is actually the youth advisor at Dubai Offshore Sailing Club. You've been here forever, haven't you? Becky, you born and bred here?
Pretty much, yeah. I never quite admit actually how long I've been here. I do say I was born here, but not quite. So yeah, we've myself and my family have been a part of Dubai Offshore Sailing Club for nearly 30 years now. So it's grown and changed, and it's somewhere I learnt to sail and found my passion for sailing. So automatically, as my kids started to learn to sail, it was something that I really felt that I could give back to the club, basically. So I took on the volunteer role of youth advisor, and what's amazing and so exciting and proud for me is that we've got our first dosc youth racing team out there for the regatta. So we've got 2 17-year-olds and then 2 12-year-olds on board. So I think their average age is probably younger than most of the helms or the crews out there. Don't let them hear me say that, but
it's
yeah.
Definitely. And speaking to them earlier, they're nervous, but they're really excited as well. So we are not far away from the first race kicking off here. At the second time we've had this Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta. So why don't we talk a little bit, Becky, about what we can expect? We have a lot. I think we can a lot of races over the next few days. We have 24 teams here. 12 are local, 12 are international. But we only have 8 boats on the water, so there's a flight system in place where we have teams being shuttled in and out. The first 8 teams are set up out there now. But let's talk a little bit about the actual racing. It's a windward leeward course. It's very simple, short, snappy races. They're 15 minutes each. But that's a lot of work in an SB20, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and it's going to be interesting because some of the crews are just choosing to sail 3 members up and some are choosing to sail 4 members up, and that will be really interesting with the dynamics on the boat, especially in the short courses where hopefully we're going to see as many of those boats coming to those marks as possible. It's going to be interesting for the umpires, but I think it gives you a little bit more of that high octane, high adrenaline action, even in the lighter winds where you're seeing those boats coming in, rules and regulations kind of coming into play where there's certain rules that apply when you're going round a mark or when you're meeting another boat. So that's going to be really interesting, and it's going to give those people on the bow when they're going to hoist that spinnaker, that lovely colourful sail at the front of the boat, and when they're dropping it, you know, getting that action, making sure it's all done in the right order. So one goes up cleanly, so it's ready and set sail, and you're accelerating away from your competitors, and then when you're getting it down, making sure it's coming into the boat really easily so that you can get away. And it's a bit like a running race going around a corner. If you're trip over your feet, then you're gonna fall behind. Whereas so it's like that. If the sail comes down and you're tripping over your feet, you're going to lose your lead or lose your position to another boat. So it's going to be good. The windward leeward situation, which means you're sailing up in towards the wind and then you're sailing down with the wind, means that there's lots of tactical decisions. So they can choose whether they're going to sail over one side of the course, up the middle, or to the left-hand side of the course, depending. Again, the wind will be very much determining on that. Few boats on the water, 8. It gives it a little bit more of a change of how we would usually do what we call fleet racing. For example, the World Championships that took place in September in Dublin, there was 56 boats on the water, so quite a difference to only having 8 teams racing. So it's going to be interesting. I think last year 46 races we managed, so I think they're aiming for similar this year if the wind plays.
46 races, that is a lot of talking from us too. So we're just at the start. Becky mentioned there that it's either 3 up or 4 up. So for team registration, you can enter 5 sailors, 1 skipper and up to 4 crew. But who they have on the first race of the boat, they can't deviate from that. So if they have 3 on now, that is it for the rest of the regatta. If they have 4 on, so obviously that's going to come down a lot to weight. I know optimum weight for these boats is about 270 kilos, so
three 90 kilos, but obviously we've got youth teams out there, so of course they're going to have 4 on the boat. There's no maximum weight limit here, but that's just an average for how they sail on the boat. We're about 3 minutes away.
Yeah.
The start line is, I know Becky mentioned that we had 56 boats on the start line at the Worlds, but here it's 8, but it's a lot shorter, so it's all relative. It's still going to be really close, tight racing, so just a few minutes away from getting away. Should we have a look at who's going to be on their first flight of racing? We've got Rascal, they're in boat 1, so to define who we're looking at here, you can see on the top of their mainsails the coloured numbers, and that is how we know which team's on which, because we're rotating them in and out for all the different flights. So boat 1's Rascal, boat 2 VJ Holland, boat 3 we have Galert, boat 4 is FFV Youth, so not the DOSC Youth, another youth team, DOSC Youth, Super Bella on boat 6, Ragged Edge on boat 7, and boat 8 is Yala Shamal. So do you know any of these teams? You raced against these guys?
Yeah, I've raced against quite a few of them. We've actually got quite a local heavy flight there, race there. So we've got Rascal, DOSC Youth, Super Bella, Ragged Edge Rigging, and Yala Shamal. They're all locally based teams, so out of Dubai Offshore Sailing Club. Interesting because some of the crews are not actually the usual teams that they would race with, and some are. So it's going to be interesting. And then we've got VJ Holland, who are a returning team from last year. So they had a really good regatta last year, and they're very enthusiastic in their bright orange kit, so we're going to hopefully see them more out. Oh, there we can see some flags coming up. We've got Galert as well, and then the FFV youth team. So that's our French team that's come from the French Olympic program, and they actually ran a selection process for the team to come, and they had a very successful Worlds SB20 Championships in Dublin in September. So it's going to be interesting to see where they come from. As I say, one of my my secret cheer is for the DOSC Youth, who's skippered and helmed by Leonie. So Leonie Bonaparte was part of a team, the 3rd female helm team for the World Championships. So she's come away with a lot of experience, which is really good. She's going to drive that. And then we've got, as I said, Ragged Edge Rigging with Charlotte Borghese, who is another female helm. And then we have Yala Shamal, who's helmed by Rachel Blackburn, again another SB20 team that went to the World. So we're slowly building our international teams inside. So I think by the looks of it, that is a 1 minute to the start. So they run the signals via flags and sound signals. Flags are to indicate, because obviously sound travels a lot slower than the visual, so you actually go off your starting time by the representation of the flag being displayed, and it's always very much displayed, not raised, which is very interesting. 40 seconds to go, so they're all starting to line up there. We've got 3 boats on our right hand side of our screen. So we've got boat number 5, which is the DOSC Youth boat. We've got boat number 6 with the red number Super Bella, and boat number 7 Ragged Edge Rigging. They are looking to try and take a space on the committee boat end of the line. We've got 2 coming from the left hand side there, Helen.
Yeah, there's VJ Holland on number 2 and Yala Shamal on 8. So they're coming in from the left hand side. So once they've got 15 seconds till they start the start of this Dubai Duty Free League Sailing League Regatta. And well, look, here comes VJ Holland. They're just picking their way through as they head towards the committee boat end. That is nice timing. They've just got to turn up. We've got 1 second to go, and there is the start. So that was a very nice start from everyone coming in on starboard, and a few guys on port chancing their arm to try and find a space.
Yeah, absolutely. So when the difference is between port and starboard there, Helen, so obviously we've got majority of the boats what we call on starboard, which is where the wind is hitting the right hand side of the boat and your sails are over the left hand side of the boat, which is called port. So they were the predominant. As we've just seen Rascal there coming into shot, heading off on port. So that's where the wind is coming across the left hand side of the boat and the sails are on the right hand. You don't have right of way when you are on the port tack, as they say. So you have to avoid every other boat that's coming across. We need to, when you are sailing on that tack, you need to be really aware of where the other sailors are. So here we go. We've had more of the fleet have tacked off to the right. Now that could be we had a couple of boats there that were stuck in between other boats. So they're trying to find what we call clear air. So that's trying to find a fresh breeze and that's not interrupted by any of the other boats. and as we say, they're Super Bella tacking off as well. And there was a close shot there of Rascal, Team Rascal, that's helmed there. And the owner on board is Paul Wright, and he sits in the middle of he's our middleman, so he's the person that's managing the main sheet, right? We're super lucky. We have track in front of us here, which is giving us a computer-generated view of our boats as we screen round to the sailing boats so that we can see who is coming where. Here we go. So we're looking at the moment, it's looking like on our screen here, we've got VJ Holland is tacking up, and they are sailing up there on starboard, and they are crossing across in front of Gellert. And boat number 3, which was Gellert there, and we've got youth, the FFV youth, so our French youth team, and it's going to be a close cross between VJ Holland and Gellert.
Yeah,
but it looks like they've managed to get in front there.
From the start, we saw VJ Holland. They were coming in from the bottom. Remember, they picked their way through on the start line, so they'd obviously seen something out on the right, and they really got some clear hours there. And when Becky was talking about clear hour, when they all start to go one way, it almost becomes processional. And if you've got a boat just in front of you, they are disturbing your air in front there, so they're giving you what's called dirty air. So you either decide just to hang on in there if you think that's the best area of the course to go to, or you tack out. But here we can see we've just got
VJ Holland is just passing behind the French boat. So originally they were leading, but they seem to have lost up a little bit. They've got higher boat speed, and we've got Gellert there has got some higher boat speed. So you can see the 4.6 knots in old money. It's what we register in sailing. And then we've got Rascal have managed to move their way up. They are at 279 meters behind the leader.
So still very much VJ Holland out in front as they come towards that windward mark. And then what they're going to do, once they've come around the windward mark, there you go, you can see that blue spinnaker coming up there. Very important for the crew on board to get that up really fast and cleanly, as displayed beautifully by VJ Holland there. It's taking a little bit longer for the FFV youth to get their kite out. And now it's for the downwind leg. Now you can see on the bottom of the screen here, we've got gates. So they have a downwind gate, so they can choose which mark to go round at the bottom of the course. Again, if they like one side of the course that they've already sailed on the way up, they might think that's where the wind is, that's where we're staying. But equally, you've got to remember who's on the track with them if they need to change their course slightly to come away. So we're now looking, I love this bit, Becky, when all the spinnakers come out. It looks beautiful out here.
Fantastic. So we got Yala Shmal on boat number 8 has just popped their blue spinnaker, and we have closely followed behind them. I didn't quite see that one. We're going to have to get those. We're going to have to get our colours sorted on our crit sheet here, there, Helen, so we can see Ragged Edge rigging. They're boat number 7. So that's FFV. So that's our French youth team is leading the way down. So we've got we still got our dosc youth team just getting themselves into the swing of things. First race is always a tricky one. There we go, we've got a nice view there of our Ragged Edge rigging on number 7. So yeah, it's going to be a couple of races before we can recognise those colour numbers on the top. And with the red hull number of number 8, I believe that was Yala Shmal we just saw coming through.
And I saw it's orange for number 7. You should definitely know that boat for this race, Becky, because your husband's on board.
Oh yeah, I should do. What about number 8?
What's his name?
Well, also I should also know, because I think boat number 8 is Herbie, which is my boat. No, I'm sorry, that's boat number 5 is Herbie this year. So.
But on Ragged Edge Racing number 7, we should say they're one of our sponsors, and all the boats here, all 8 that you're going to see racing this weekend, they are identical. Ragged Edge rigging have made sure that everything on board is identical. There's no instruments on these boats, so they've got no way of knowing speed and bearings and headings, but that is where I think, personally, dinghy sailors really do well in these, because it's all about the feel. So as we come down to the leeward gate here, it's still VJ Holland out in the lead, and they are just rounding the gate. They've got a really good lead, Becky.
Yeah, I think we're actually a little bit out on the tracker. It's actually our French team there that have come round. We're a bit behind on our screen. We've got the updated version. So there you go. They're 4 up, as you can see there. So just moving themselves into the right position. So that is our boat number 4 with our French sailing team. So we have I'm going to really struggle with these names, but let's see. I think we've got Ange there is our skipper and helm, with Julia and Julien and Silvestre. So I hope my French names there were okay. I was going to ask you the other night, actually, Helen, how is your French?
Because my French is so good.
No.
I won't even try and display some. But yes, do ignore the top right, the results there that we're seeing. They're not quite with us, because actually FFV Youth is out in front as they all start heading back upwind again. So this is really quick racing. They're going to go up to the windward mark again, and then it's down to finish where they started, across the finish line by the committee boat. But we're seeing a mixture of 3 up, 4 up. It all depends on the size of the crew, and it means different things. When you've got a 4th person, you have got that extra set of eyes to look out the boat and also make sure the Mr. Knotman doesn't come on board and tie a load of knots, because he does like to be on board and when you're not looking, and tie a load of knots, and really affects things, the manoeuvres. And when racing is this light and it's this close, you really need to make sure that the ropes run freely and you can manoeuvre as best you can, particularly at mark roundings.
So we've just seen there that everybody bar 1 boat. So Yalla Schmal, that is boat number 8. They actually chose the right-hand mark. So that's our starboard mark as you're coming down the course. They chose that right-hand mark. Everybody else chose the left-hand mark as you're coming down the course, which was interesting. And it just seems to look like the French team have really pulled away from everybody else. They've seen that breeze, and we're actually in shot. We can see them across the rocks in front of us, which is really good. So a few holes still there. It was obviously looking like there's a good bit of breeze there on the right-hand side of the course. We can see the battle flags flying. So each boat has a battle flag with their name on. Oh dear, the French team have forgotten to put theirs on, but that's all right.
Just as you were saying.
Yes.
Just as you were saying. Yes, we had our opening ceremony last night. We had all the sailors come up on stage and receive their battle flag, and great buzz in the air. But as you say, they seem to be favouring the right-hand side. I'm sure everyone will have kept their eyes out the boat and seen that VJ Holland and FFV Youth had really good upwind leg on the right there. So they're thinking, I think I'll have a piece of that. I think I'll go for it and go and get over to the right side, which is where a lot of them are favouring. But you never know. Things can change. The wind can shift. But at the moment, it looks like it's quite heavy. It's heavier on the right.
Just seeing screen there, we've got Rascal, so that's one of our local teams, just crossing in front of our, I think that was boat number 6 there.
Cabela.
Boat number 7, sorry, my mistake. That was with Ragged Edge Rigging. And so we're just a little bit about our winning team at the moment. As I say, they're a French Sailing Federation team training for the upcoming Olympics. We've got a mixture of 420 and 470 sailors in the top 10 at the World Championships. So they are a new team being put together, but they've got some very high quality sailors on there. And then we have our VJ Holland returners. Okay, they are representing the Netherlands. They entered and they were the top 10 at DDF last year. I would love to say the name of the yacht club that they represent, but I am not going to crucify the Dutch language there. And I'm going to ask for a little soundbite later on from Max Visser, who is the skipper, and he's sailing with Remco Alblen and Mark Brouwer. And again, I have probably mispronounced every single name.
I think you're doing a great job. I think say it with confidence, say it with absolute confidence.
There we go. So, and then we've got Team Galette. We actually haven't mentioned much about them on boat number 3, and they are representing Wales and the UK, and they are from Llan Degfed Sailing Club. Again, I really hope my Welsh is holding up there. And we've got James Howells, William Bedford and Jack Weatherall are sailing on Galette, and they've not sailed much together as a 3, but they are part of a Cape 31 team that won its class in 2022 and for the Round the Island race. So a slightly bigger boat, slightly faster, but really got some good pedigree on there. to get us through, hopefully get them a top finish. So let's just have a look where they are. We're still on, we've got Super Bella seems to have moved up into the runnings there, and they've
jibed over early before FFV Youth. FFV Youth are still very much in the lead. It's often hard to see from this angle, but FFV Youth are leading as they're coming to the downwind leg. They just have to, I can see they're just starting to bear away and really point down to that finish line. But it's basically on between FFV Youth and Super Bella. So Super Bella you can see there with the white spinnaker, and the light blue on the left of your screen is FFV Youth. They are our 1 and 2 at the moment. We've got pretty much everyone around the top mark, so we're not going to, I don't think we'll have any issues. We have a rule here that if when the first boat crosses the finish line, there is 5 minutes for the rest of the fleet to finish, so that they don't get a did not finish. There's no discards in this regatta, so you really want to keep your scorecard nice and clean. But what a great sight to see as we've had our first race here in the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta, and it looks like we have FFV Youth from France taking the win.
So that's what an exciting start to the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta for 2022, with a young team starting off the proceedings with a bullet, as we call it. So the question is, are we going to keep tallies, or are we going to rely on our live scoring that's going to be coming through? So there are links available for the YouTube channel here, live scoring, and then for our track as well, so you can keep abreast of all the racing that's going on, as well as listening to our lovely dulcet tones, Helen, and talking about the sailors. So while we're getting our last few teams coming through, so that's boat number 4, which is the purple, and then we've just zoomed back out again, so I've just lost sight of who's coming in on to second. That will be Super Bella on 6, which is the red at the top, and then we've got VJ Holland, Gellert and Rascal coming down to take those last few places.
Yeah, so VJ Holland, they rounded the first mark in first place. I mean, it's still very respectable, keeping on to third. It was always really tight at the top, so I think they'll be very pleased to get a third place for their first race of this regatta. So what's going to happen now is they're all going to start transferring boats. All the other teams are waiting in the wings on ribs, and they're going to transfer out in the water so that we can get through the racing as quickly as possible. You've seen the first race, 12 to 15 minutes, depending on the wind strength, and that is the format of the racing here, to get through all 24 teams. We've got all the different flights. I know we raced 46 races last year until we went into the final series, yeah, it's great. It's great to have the first one, particularly this morning when there wasn't much wind. I think we're going to have wind building throughout the regatta, throughout the weekend, but really great that we've got this now. It's very typical for the area for it to build a little in the afternoon, so it should just get better from here as we're seeing the finishers coming.
VJ Holland, Gellert and Rascal finishing there with the different coloured numbers at the top. So as I say, we'll get used to what colours on which boat, and you'll have to bear with us. So that was really good. We had an international team taking the first place, and then we had our Super Bella, who's representing the country of Italy, and obviously our home team of Dubai Offshore Sailing Club. So Eduardo Martinelli and Matteo De Luca and Diego Battisti, and then Marta Conti. So I didn't see, they are sailing 3 up, so looks like they'll be rotating round their crew over the next few days. So they said to us that their biggest thing that they're going to try and get out of this week is have fun on the water. And I do like answers like that. Yes, It's about the racing, but it's also about enjoying yourself and having fun. But we just let's have a little chat about our sponsors, Helen. Obviously, we couldn't do this wonderful Sailing League Regatta without our title sponsor of Dubai Duty Free, and we had the privilege yesterday of having a conversation with Ramesh sorry, I'm going to get this right.
Kidambi. It's okay. There was quite a discussion actually with him himself. He's very happy to respond to Kidami or Sadami because he says the C at the beginning of my name, it tricks everyone out, but it actually is pronounced a K. But luckily, he's a very kind man. He's very happy with however we pronounce things. But yes, Ramesh Kidambi, and he's very excited. He's a sailor himself. He's a member of dosc and really excited to be here, and we're really excited to have them.
No, it's brilliant, and as you can see from the press conference yesterday, the opening ceremony, the spectator village, our VIP area and our commentary has just grown massively over the last year, and that couldn't be done without their support, so we're really grateful at Dubai Offshore Sailing Club. We're then also supported by a number of other sponsors. So we have Cars, which is our classic automotive relocation services. They've got a beautiful classic car sat on the grass. I was chatting to James McSweeney this morning about the cars that he has here in their base over at Motor City, and some of them are just phenomenal.
They look amazing.
They do. And then we've got CMS Live, who did all of our branding, so all the beautiful colours that you see on the top of the sails, the numbers on the bows of the boats, our branding, so that was all supported and installed by CMS Live. They are a returning sponsor again from last year. They were fantastic supporters. We then also have Ribcraft and DIMC, so Dubai International Marine Club. And I was privileged enough to chat to Mohammed Harab this morning, who is the head of Dubai International Marine Club. And we were talking about the traditional boats Dow race that's taking place on Saturday. So that's a youth racing that will be taking place on Saturday. So that's exciting. And then we're also supported by the Dubai Sports Council, Ragged Edge Rigging, the UAE Sailing and Rowing Federation, SB20 UAE and Shiseido. And just talking about UAE Sailing and Rowing Federation, we again privileged to have His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Hamdan Al Nahyan out on the water this morning and starting that very first race. And he's supporting rowing, sailing, traditional sailing, modern sailing, powerboating. He's a kite surfer himself, so he was hoping that, well, hopefully the wind will pick up. It's not quite a day for kite surfing, but we might see some kites out there later, which will be exciting. So we're just wrapping up, ready for race number 2. Looks like all the crews have been changed over. So the format now is that the crews change on to the next round of crews get onto the boats. They have 2 minutes to check over the boat that they are racing on. And the boats are already predetermined, so they know which boat that they are jumping onto, and they have 2 minutes to check, make sure that there's no issues or problems. If there is, then they have to alert the umpire, who will either assist with getting it fixed or solving the problem, and then it's straight into the start sequence. So there we can see.
Yeah, as you can see, they're putting their battle flag up. That's literally all they have to do. When they get on the boat, apart from familiarising themselves with the controls and where they're going to all be positioned, they have to get their battle flags on, so we know who's on the boat, and that's them represented. You know, I think it's all what they're chosen on, the boats that they're chosen on. It's all random. They're going to be on different boats throughout, so there's no bias. There's no choosing of which boat they can go on, so they'll certainly, it's very even, very fair. Everything's been equalised by Ragged Edge Rigging. And let's take a look then. So on boat number 1 for this, we have NBS. They are actually a husband and wife team. So always good to see what the dimensions are like when it's families or husbands and wife, but obviously they've sailed together a lot, so they'll be very used to sailing together on the waters. That's boat number 1.
So that's NBS stands for Natural Based Solutions, and that's headed up by Kathleen Swaling, who is one of our female helms. So she's been a real driver with female sailing in the UAE, and also just sustainability and going green. She's done a lot of work with environmental studies here as well. So that's going to be, I love to see that the name reflects that as well. So that's with Kathleen Swaling, Andrew Chapman, and then today is Lee Brown, who is also a keelboat member, keelboat advisor at Dubai Offshore Sailing Club as well. So he helps to format and plan all the racing for our keelboats. So that is on boat number 1, and that is our blue, light blue, hole number 1. I'm going to make sure we make a note of this.
Ready
so
with the
remember.
pen.
Yeah.
But you mentioned women sailing there, so let's talk a bit about boat number 2, dosc WOW, which is short for Women on Water, something that's very close to your heart and something that you're head of here.
Yeah.
Can I say that? Head of?
Yeah, of course.
Brainchild?
Yeah, a little bit of a brainchild. So again, off the back of the amazing work that our female sailors have done over the years at dosc, we decided to sort of officialise it within the club and create the Women on the Water initiative. And we've been privileged enough to be able to have increased our participation of female sailing, but then also being able to put a team together here. So our team is skippered by actually a youth woman on water, and this is from Charlotte Jarvis, and they're representing Dubai Offshore Sailing Club, and we have a mixture of nationalities. Now, I did look up how to say Aish's name. I will have to do that again, but then so we have our middle member on the boat is Aish, and she is from India. She was a 29er sailor, and she now works at the sailing club, and she's one of our youth coaches, so that's fantastic. Then we have Anissa Lodwick, who's Australian, and then we have Sally Fleming, who has jumped on board today, so she is our 4th member of that crew, and they're going to choose to sail 4 up. So it's great to see our first all-female women on water team representing dosc. So that is on boat number 2, which is the purple boat.
And there they are, seeing them as they're just looking upwind there, deciding where's going to be the best place for them to get their first race of the regatta underway, which is our 2nd race. On boat number 3, we have JYC, another husband and wife team from Saudi Arabia. They're representing Jeddah Yacht Club. Colin Ralph is the skipper and helming, with his wife Louise Ralph as crew, and they also have Oliver Rees on board and Adrian Peter. When I see the number 3, yes, they are. They do have 4 on board. So as I said before, for their first race, if they've gone 3 or 4 on board, that is how they remain. They can't decide to add someone else if it gets windier or kick someone off if it gets lighter. That's what they've determined to be the best for the rest of the race. And just next to them there, we saw boat number 4, which is Mina Rashid.
Yeah, so Mina Rashid is one of our local-based teams, and that is skippered by Mitch Webb. Some of you will remember Mitch from last year. He was my partner in crime on the commentating box, so he has jumped ship, literally.
Was it you?
And yeah, I think it was something I said. He has jumped ship, and he is now sailing on Mina Rashid with his team, and he's sailing with two ladies today and another gentleman. We're just looking up who we have on board. So another one close to my heart. We've got my sister, Sean Rowlands, is racing with Mitch. Mitch is helm and skipper. Then we've got John Cole, and then we have Anastasia as well as number 4. So there they are in those red buoyancy aids, and they are on the, again, another purple number 4. So I just heard a hooter there.
I heard a beat, and I can see
we are 1 minute to go. 1 minute to go
before the start of this race. So let's quickly have a look then. We've got boat number 5 is Sports Boat World Racing with John Pollard, Liam Pardy and Finn Holohan.
Oh, Finn's actually not there today.
It's
actually Henry Weatherall. So yes, there's 2 brothers. We have Jack sailing on Gellert, and we have Henry sailing on Sports Boat World. And Henry, John and Jack were actually 2nd at the recent World Championships. So hopefully a countdown clock will pop up shortly on our screen, but I think we've got about 30 seconds.
I think we're very close to the start here. Yeah. Boat number 6, we've got Glasgow Kiss. They are the reigning champions. They won here last year, and there, if you can hear, that was the gun. I think that was our start.
Yep, definitely. The 1 minute flag came down at the signal to go. So we're just looking at number 7.
Number 7 is Tara, and boat number 8 is Flying Sharks from India.
Right, so we've got boat number 8 there is just tacked off. So this is our Flying Sharks from India. They are representing the Indian Royal Navy, and they are a team of 5, but there are only 4 on board. So again, they'll be rotating round their team. And depending on the strengths of their team. Here we go, Flying Sharks. So they've not competed again as a team before, but they think they're going to have some good skills of combination, coordination, and they're just really excited to be sailing internationally, which is great to see. So they headed off to the right-hand side of the course, and then we've got Glasgow Kiss, our reigning champions from last year. They're actually just leading our Flying Sheep.
Just ahead of Mina Rashid. So they're all starting to turn to the right. They're heading over to the right again. That was a trend we saw in the first race. So they're seeing things over. They're seeing stronger wind over there, and it is Glasgow Kiss. Their crew work is going to be very good. They're very well trained together. They're very well practiced, and they're just edging out in front and actually picking up a convincing lead as they go. In 2nd place, we've got Flying Sharks. So I can see that Glasgow Kiss, they're just starting to head up a little bit more. They're able to take a slightly closer line to the windward mark, which is all very, very key at this point. But it is very close. It is very close at the top. And, you know, if they keep on this heading, if they stay very close, then we'll be looking at who can get to that buoy first and get water, because if they all arrive at the same time, there'll be various rules coming into play of some boats having to keep clear to let others round depending on the position they arrive in. But at the moment, it's Glasgow Kiss, Flying Sharks and Sports Boat World.
So something I don't know whether you noticed on the committee boat there, Helen, is that there were actually 2 flags raised. So there was the number flags, which indicates the time that the team have to the start of the race, and then there was a coloured flag, and the coloured flag displayed was a pink cylinder. So we have 2 marks at the top, so at the windward side, so into the wind, an orange one or an orange triangle or a pink cylinder, and that indicates which mark. If the flag is displayed as pink cylinder, it indicates the mark that the teams need to go round.
And that is always displayed no later than 2 minutes before the start, so they have clear warning of knowing. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that they've done that for setup. So because obviously if the wind's a little bit unstable, it's quite hard for them to see. It's quite hard for them to then have to delay racing and reposition the mark. So they've got them up there. So they've got, basically they're spreading out their options for where the windward mark can be. Absolutely.
So good race management skills there, and we're really excited to welcome back this year Nick Fisk as the race officer. So he is the person running the active racing on the water, but he's overseen there by our race director, who is Roger Wilson, who was one of our umpires last year, but he's come back as race director. So he's able to make the connections between Nick and the race officers and the race competitors. We've also got our international jury out on the water with Javina Chu, Jack Fenwick and Ewan McEwen, which is again means that decisions can be made quickly. Right, there we go, we've got a first boat round the top mark. So we have Glasgow Kiss on boat number 6, followed by Team Tara on boat number 7. So Singapore is who Glasgow Kiss are representing with the Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club, and then Team Tara, which we didn't talk about earlier on, they are also representing Singapore, but they are from the Raffles Marina, and it's Magnus Ekborn, Agustin Sipos and Freddie Hall. So a real mixture. We have a Swedish gentleman, we have a Hungarian gentleman and a British gentleman. So that's very interesting on their team. So we're going to see how they go on. They race locally in Singapore together, so they're going to be a force to reckon with. And they are the current SB20 class president on board, which is Magnus, and they are winning at the moment in Singapore.
Oh, great knowledge there, Becky. You know everyone out on the water.
I'm trying.
That's because you're an SB20 sailor. It's very, very impressive. And look, it looks absolutely brilliant. The wind is filling in beautifully as we see them heading down for the leeward gate, the first time that they're doing it, and then where they're going to head back up again to the windward mark and then back down for the finish. Very competitive out there. Do you know the sailors on Glasgow Kiss? They were the winners here last year.
Yeah, so Nils is obviously an international team. He was based in Singapore, but also Neil Calder, who's racing with them this year. He is actually a locally based sailor, so I know Neil very well. His daughter's actually racing on the youth team, so she is the main sheet for the youth team. And then Steve Lovegrove was returning from last year. So again, Nils is bronze at the SB20 World Championships. They're looking to have an amazing event again, and we also have Nils, who is where's my list gone? I was doing so well. He's an actual sailor. He was top 10 in the World Championships. He's also the former president of the SB20 Singapore Class Association. He used to sail against James Howes in Team Gillett, who was on Glasgow Kiss last year and has created a new team. So it's going to be the 2 crew members against each other. Here
we can see it's been so close downwind between Glasgow Kiss and Tara, and we're just seeing this cross on the right heading towards us. Oh, they're going to drive away. So on the right, as we're looking at those 2 white spinnakers, on the right, number 6 is Glasgow Kiss. They're currently leading just, and then we have Tara, number 7, who has jibed early. So it's very close between these two. Now, are they going to decide just to go to different downwind marks and then hedge their bets as they head back upwind? But they're going, there's Glasgow Kiss and now Tara, they're going for the kite drop, get that away neatly. It's all about nice boat handling. So they're going for the same mark here. So Glasgow Kiss, their kite is already away as everyone else comes in the same mark. So obviously really keen to head back up on the right-hand side. But Becky, now they need to be a little bit careful, don't they? Because Tara are directly behind them. They're going to be in their dirty air. So do they tack off early, or do they hang out and see if they can just edge ahead of them? But
well,
it's very
it was
close.
interesting. They were very close, but they didn't quite take advantage of their speed as they came in around the mark. So they ended up slowing right down Team Tara and letting Glasgow Kiss get away. They're still struggling to get that pole in. They've got their pole in, which is good. And here we go. This is Flying Sharks coming in. So they have followed to the same mark. But we had Sports Boat World catching them up, and they chose to go to the left-hand side mark
on their own
and keep a clear lane and hopefully some clear breeze. There we go. We've got Tara tacking onto starboard in front of Flying Sharks there, and they've slowed right down. It wasn't quite the move that they needed. They needed a little bit more speed out of that tack. And just looking out, even though the banners are flying and the flags are flying on our spectator boat in the background, it's actually dropped right off. I reckon we're probably about 5 knots out there, which is, it's enough to keep the boats going, but it's definitely not fast. And every move counts. When you're tacking or when you're making a maneuver, you've really got to try and keep the speed up. You've got to try and keep that boat moving. Otherwise, it just takes a long time to get back up to speed, and that's where your opponents can take advantage. And it's just looking like Glasgow Kiss has pulled away from Team Tara by 40 metres now. But I think Sports Boat World are going to be... they're not far behind. They're only about 25 metres away.
At points, they have led up here. So then I was thinking maybe the left-hand side was looking really strong. Of course, it's only when they converge. So we've got Glasgow Kiss coming in on starboard. So even if they were close, Glasgow Kiss is ahead because they have right of way on starboard. So you can see in the middle of the screen there, as they're coming close together, we've got Glasgow Kiss just ahead there. Oh no, sorry, beg your pardon, that's Sports Boat World and Tara. Glasgow Kiss are further up on the right, boat number 6 there. So they are ahead. They're in clean air as they head to the windward mark. And Sports Boat World and Tara are having a little bit of a ruckus. Sports Boat World is still ahead, but they're going to be sailing into some dirty air before Glasgow Kiss shortly. So at the moment, Glasgow Kiss, Tara, Sports Boat World, but it is close for second between Tara and Sports Boat World.
Okay, yeah, you know what I've realised is confusing me on the right-hand side. Obviously, the colours are indicating the colours of our sails, but the numbers are indicating their positions. I was getting very confused with my notes that I've taken here as to what colour they were, and I'm thinking, but hang on a second, Glasgow Kiss is blue. It's definitely not red.
That's been something I've been trying to work through as well.
So it's not even. But there we go. No, it's. They've pulled themselves away. They've managed to get that right-hand side of the ley line there. So a ley line being that line into the mark that's going to be your best option. So there we go. We can see
JYC we're looking at here, number 3.
Club. And they're on board on the leeward side. So on the side closest to under the sail, we actually have Samir Baghdadi, who is the head of the Saudi Arabian Sailing Federation, which is a newly formed sailing federation under the Olympic Committee in Saudi Arabia, and they were recently welcomed into the World Sailing Council, so that's fantastic.
Yeah, great to be a governing body now, absolutely amazing, and having the first female sailor, and she's first female head, and she's with us. It's brilliant.
And she's a kite surfer. That's her background. Okay. So she's hugely involved in getting sailing going at Jeddah Yacht Club there as well. So here we go. That is Glasgow Kiss round the buoy first. They've probably got about a 10-second lead there on boat number 5, which is Sports Boat World, and she great hoist there, straight set, and with Flying Sharks following not far behind. Oh, we've got boat number 7 there. Team Tara, they've had a little bit of a sticky rounding, but they've managed to save it, get the kite up and jibe straight away. So that's turning the stern of the boat, the back of the boat through the wind to head off downwind. And then the last 3 boats that we will be seeing coming round the mark will be our dosc.ae team, NBS and Mina Rashid. So there'll be a local fight at the back, so to say. I think that's NBS coming round the mark next, and then followed by Mina Rashid and the dosc youth team, dosc.ae team.
So Glasgow Kiss out in front, they're our reigning champions. It's always good for them to get that first race under their belt and have a good position. Obviously, we don't know the results yet, but it's looking very strong. Do you think they might have a little bit of a bullet on a target on their back for people wanting to knock them off their pedestal, or do you think their experience means they're not going to worry about what other people are doing, they're going to sail their own race?
I think it's a bit of both. I think we're going to have, they're going to race their own race. And
certainly are at the moment.
They are, yeah, way out. However, I think there's definitely some teams here that will give them a run for their money. I think we're looking at, especially with the calibre of sailors, I think Team Gellert, I think Sports Boat World internationally will definitely be vying for that podium position. Then we've got the returning third place of Jamin with Gianmarco Marito. He will be looking to try and improve on his third place last year. And then we have BTS, who were an international team last year, who have now come to sail at Dosc, and they are now Desert Eagle. They were second last year, so they, I think, are going to be vying for trying to get a podium position. Here we go. We've got our Jeddah JYC team just coming round there, closely followed by our team of Mina Rashid. So the 2 yacht clubs going head to head, so to speak, with Mina Rashid.
And look at this. Sports Boat World have had an amazing downwind leg. They have crept out in front. I think what they did, I think Glasgow Kiss jibed off early, and Sports Boat World held on. They held their nerve, and they went further to the left, and they saw something, and they were able to get some good breeze, and they're now really in front. And Glasgow Kiss and Tara are coming together.
Oh dear, Mina Rashid there have got a little twist at the top of their spinnaker, so it means that it's just not flying properly, it's just not giving them enough push. Oh, here we go.
Really close between the top 3
positions here.
Sports Boat World are in the left with that light blue spinnaker, and the 2 white spinnakers are Glasgow Kiss and Tara. And we also have coming in the Flying Sharks, who are currently in 4th.
I think by the looks of our track, we have a Sports Boat World winning that race, but I think we're going to have to wait for the live results.
See what the results are doing.
Very tricky to see.
The tracker definitely have said the Sports Boats World is ahead, but looking at those pictures, it looked like they were just behind. But a great first race. I think, you know, if you're finishing in the top 3 of these races, that's definitely what you want in your first race out here of the regatta.
It's going to be about just keeping those low scores, or top 3-4 positions, being consistent at the top to be able to get you through to the grand final. So what happens over the next 4 days, Helen, is we have these flights, and we have 3 races in each flight. So the team should all be racing over in each flight. Sorry, I'll get my words out in a minute. And then the best results, as you rack up over the races, then the best top four teams go into racing the grand final, and then it will be the team with the top 2 results. So the first team to get 2 wins basically in that grand final. So it could be 2 races, it could be 4 races, it could be 5 races. It really depends on the last few days. But that was good. So we've got 2 races underway, and we're only at 1:26, which is fantastic. As we say, so to our spectators, we've got lots of platforms that you can follow the action. We obviously have our live YouTube stream here, where we've got action on the water. You're watching our sailors there. We have a track, which is your 2D computer monitoring, which is fantastic. So we're so excited to have them here and running this amazing technology over our racing. And then we have our live scoreboard as well, which is constantly being updated by our onshore crew, who is headed up by Tharusha. So that's our our crew, our race support in the office. We're also so lucky here at dosc to have such an amazing team that's put this event together. And the team's grown this year, so we have our racing and events manager, Alan Rurock. He is heading up all the events that take place and a lot of the racing development. We obviously talked about race director with Roger Wilson. We've got our race officer Nick Fiss, our international umpires. We are then supported by the team of the Sailing Centre Manager with Darren Shepherd and our events dock manager Mikey Brignall, our Marina Operations Manager Ben Morgan, who has basically managed with Tom Cracknell from Ragged Edge Rigging to get all of these boats up to scratch into the water, make space for them, make sure our ribs are ready to go, get all the flags on. So I was very sad to have not mentioned him yesterday in the opening ceremony, so I promised I'd get his name out today.
Oh, I'm sure he'll be very grateful.
And then we have our onshore crew of the clubhouse with Jackie, our general manager. We have Ratomir, who is our F&B, so if anything to do with our food and beverage this week is all down to that team. And then we have Anne, who is being support on the administration side and with our team of getting our marketing out there. It's been great. So just looking out, we've got a few clouds coming in today. Hopefully that'll bring the temperature down a little bit, which means we can get a bit more breeze come through. As I said, looking out, the spectator flags are flying hard.
So we're very close to the shoreline here. It's great for the spectators. As you can see, there's yellow markers. We're really not far. That's just the edge of the beach. So really great for spectators to be able to see the racing here. And as Becky said, huge amount of team effort for some great people to put this racing on. You were mentioning Ben and Tom there to get these boats ready. It is no mean feat getting 8 of them, because they all have to be equalised, don't they? They have to be identical, so that it really will come down to the ability of the sailors in the conditions that they are faced with. So no one can say, oh, well, you have this bit of technology or you have this advantage to your boat. They're all identical.
Absolutely, and we've worked over the last few months with being able to get the boats all class legal, so we're driving towards our World Championships in 2024, which dosc and the UAE managed to secure a bid for. So we are now officiating with weighing all the boats, making sure that they're all equally weighed. So we had a weighing and a measuring day, and then again, certain things on the boats are all standardised for this regatta as well. They're all privately owned boats as well, so we've got the very kind generosity of all these privately owned boats from owners that have donated the boat for the week. So it's great to see. It's just a big community, which is fantastic here.
Yeah, and there's a lot of trust, but everyone here is looking after their boats beautifully. But we do have Tom on hand for anything that might go amiss this weekend. We will be back with you shortly for our 3rd race of the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta. Keep watching and we will bring you the racing very soon.
You can see behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1.
From all corners of the globe, incredible teams are heading towards one city with one shared passion for one big race. The Dubai Duty Free SP20 Sailing League Regatta 2022. Following its successful 2021 launch, the second edition of the anticipated competition will see top teams battle it out for the thrilling sailing championship in the iconic city of Dubai. Last year was full of excitement in our first ever live broadcast from Dubai Offshore Sailing Club, thanks to the Dubai Duty Free's generous support. This year, the stakes are even higher. Fitness, techniques and endurance are put to the ultimate test in an inspiring journey. 24 teams from around the world with over 70 sailors will battle it out throughout 50 races for 4 spectacular days to be crowned champions of the Dubai Duty Free SP20 Sailing League Regatta 2022. Follow all the action presented to you by Becky Britton and Helen Bulkley. Embark on a sensational ride at Dubai Offshore Sailing Club with a full day of broadcast live on YouTube. Join us from the 1st to the 4th of December 2022. Passionate about sailing in Dubai since 1974.
So welcome back.
Your turn. Me
Very
turn.
excited, very excited as we get race number 3 underway. Go for it, Becky.
Right, so race number 3, we have boat number 1, we have Shades, we have boat number 2, we have Musketeers, boat number 3, Wolfhounds, boat number 4, Jammin, boat number 5, Impy, boat number 6, Supersonic, boat number 7, Annabelle, and boat number 8, Desert Eagle.
If we go out to racing, I believe we are just about to start our 3rd race of the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta. And there we have, listening out for the gun as they cross the start line here.
Oh, here we go, zooming in. So we've still got a couple of flags up. Looks like that breeze has just freshened a little bit. You can just see the colour of the water has changed slightly, so we've got a little bit more intensity. There's a hooter.
Just heard the gun, so that's the start there.
There we go. So going to our track. We're just waiting to see who has crossed that start line in first place. So let's have a little look at who we have. So we've got Shades on boat number 1, who is one of our local teams, and that is skippered by Patrick. They are doing very well in the local racing here of the Dubai dosc Commodores Cup. And then we have Musketeers, who are from Oman, from the Royal Ras Al Hamra Sailing Club, and we have Mike Hart, Chris Hukin, and Sally Hart. So again, another husband and wife team, and it's they came 8th last year in the DDF last year, and they've won the Flying 15s Worlds and a few national titles. So that's really exciting for them. Then we have Wolfhounds, who are a returning team. Part of them are a returning team. So last year, Hazel Rhea, she headed up the Lucky Charms team. This year, though, we have Wolfhounds, and they are representing the Dublin Bay Sailing Club and the Royal Alfred Yacht Club, with Brian Matthews, Hazel Rhea, and Roger Little.
I just saw there as we were looking at the footage, I can see Annabelle had to do a penalty turn. We have on-water umpires here, so they obviously saw an infringement there, and they had to do what's called a 360. Turn the boat fully round, just basically to slow them down, to tell them off, basically, for what they did wrong. I didn't see what had happened, but whether they'd touched a mark. The racing here stipulates for Rule 31 that the boom or a rope off the sails can touch a mark. You won't be penalised for it, but if a crew member or the boat touches the mark, you will have to do a 360. But of course, If anyone touches any part of the boat on the committee boat, it's an automatic rule there. So it's just for the mark rounding. So whether they had an infringement on another team, we can find out later when we speak to the umpires. But all the decisions are taken on the water, which I think is great because it happens there and then. Obviously, you might have a few disgruntled sailors as they come in off the water, and they can talk about things there. But it all happens out on the water. So Annabelle, I spoke to earlier, Team Annabelle, they're a family team here, our only family team from the Netherlands. Father and his 2 daughters. Mum's on her way out, but I think she's just going to be enjoying the racing from the spectator fleet. So
there we go, boat number 6. So we zoomed in there. That is our dosc Commodores Cup leaders with our SB20 UAE chairman, Michael Pajak, and a driving force behind this regatta on board, helmed by Dan Kilsby, and also crewed by Gaëtan Hervé. So that's a real mix. We've got Polish, British and French on board, and they're representing Dubai Offshore Sailing Club. They're looking for a good win. Right, we've got a close boat number 2, Musketeers, and boat number 5, Impey. They are very close there. So at the moment, boat number 2 is what we call to windward of boat number 5. So unless something happens, they must keep clear of that boat number 5. They're coming into that windward mark. There we go, boat number 8, so Desert Eagle, as we'd like to see, going round at the mark first. What an absolute super start of a sail going up there. So Desert Eagle we have is skippered by Hendrik Weissman, we have Henrik Anyos, and we have George Lenchok. Okay, several world championships, several European podiums across lots of different fleets. And close behind them we have, let's have a look what number we've got there. I can't actually quite see, we've got a red bow, so I would say that is boat number 6 of Supersonic, and closely followed by boat number 4, I believe. There we go, we've got 2 more teams coming round.
Shades just coming round there, boat number 1, and
Jamin following them in boat number 1. So 6 there has jibed off, so that is Supersonic, closely followed by Impey, which is a local team, dosc team, with a Dutch contingent on board. They actually offer a prize for the oldest sailor. I can't remember. I'm going to have to get the details from that, but they'll give a bottle of very nice sparkling grape. So there we go. That was our little quick track look there. So we've got. Looks like Gaëtan there is looking and keeping an eye on where Desert Eagle are and the decisions they're making. Shades closely followed behind, so that's 3 local boats there vying for a position. And we've got boat number 2, so Musketeers heading off to the right hand side with boat number 4 of Jamming, so skippered by Jean-Marco, our 3rd place winner last year. And then staying in the middle of the fleet we have Annabelle and Wolfhounds there. So just zooming in there on Jamin, we've got Jean-Marco is helming with our, we have Petro Corbucci is in the middle, and Diego Francini is in the 3rd man.
Just looking here, you can see with the light blue spinnaker, beautifully set, boat number 8, you can see the number on the bow. These are our current leaders of race 3. Desert Eagle did a very similar thing to our last, in the last race when we saw Sports Boats World on that final leg. They gained and took the win by heading out to the side there and taking a late jibe. So Desert Eagle are actually very close to the downwind gate at the moment, and they're going to be deciding which way to head up, but that has pulled out a massive lead. A lot of the others have followed trend and jibed a little sooner than they did, but they've really come to this bottom left-hand corner of the course as we look at it, as we now see Desert Eagle taking the left mark before they head back upwind. They've got a really, really good lead, and they can see they're picking their way through now as they are going to have really clear air for this next and final upwind leg of race 3.
Yeah, so we just watched them do that spinnaker drop. So as they jibed, they pulled the boat, the spinnaker round to what we call the leeward side of the boat. So that's the side furthest away from the wind. Here we go, boat number 2, Musketeers dropping there. They are doing what's opposite, a windward drop, so they pull it round to the windward side. Right, there we got 3 boats converging on that mark. If we can stay on that mark.
It's noisy there.
There we go, we've got boat number 4 and 5. There is definitely going to be some shouting or umpiring. So that will be Jamming and Impey. All right, and let's get that spinnaker in, but so it doesn't drop into the water. This is going to be crucial. Jeroen Lienen, who is the helm and skipper there, is going to be really pressing to encourage Jean-Marco of Jamin to sail away. They're talking to each other, conversation constantly going on. Weight in the boat to try and keep it driving forward, not too much.
So you can see Impey here, just that was the boat closest to us. They're just keeping their heading. They're gonna stick with it. I could see the other boat that was just slightly to windward them. They were starting to sail slightly higher, which would give Impey the opportunity to tack underneath them and get them to continue now. But that was a very, very close mark rounding. Are you hearing if there was any infringement?
So I think there was an infringement there by boat number 5, Impey. I believe we're just listening in there on our jury boats there, our umpires, and they've called that Impey was not giving room at the mark. So you are obliged if there's what's called an overlap. So that is say the front of your boat is overlapped with the boat in front of you. You must give the boat on the inside, the boat closest to the mark, room to go round in a seamanly fashion. And by the looks of it, as we zoomed in there, it wasn't so, and that's what the umpires have deemed, and therefore they have to now do a penalty, Impey. So that is
they've done it, and you can see they're on the very far left-hand side of the course. How when I said when they were together, the other boat could just start to head up, and they were obviously in. Here we are looking at that boat as they're making gains there. But it was real shame for them. Real shame for them to have had to done that. But way out in front, you can see in the middle of the course, boat out on its own, is Desert Eagle, who are our current leaders of this race with a very big lead. But do not forget, coming in on the right, on starboard, are Musketeers. They are. You can just see them very towards the top of the course. Desert Eagle are ahead because they're very close to that mark. You can see the pink mark that they're heading for. But just coming in on starboard, just to the right of the pink mark, to the right of that yacht, is Musketeers. Desert Eagle are very much ahead. They're not going to have any problems. They're going to be able to get their spinnaker set. Musketeers cruising in second place. Let's see who can have the best spinnaker set up, and whether if Musketeers can get it set up quicker and have a profitable downwind, and see if they can challenge them for the lead.
So just a little bit about our race leaders there. So we talked about Desert Eagle, Hendrik Weissman there, the helm. He's been coming in the top 10 of the SB20 World Championships as early as 2008. George is from Ukraine, and he's a silver Olympic medalist in the 49ers in Athens in 2004. He's also a world and European champion, and he is the former SB20 Class Association of Ukraine. And Hendrik, so there's 2 of them on board, is 3rd in the 6-metre Worlds in 2022. So really active and competitive sailors. Here we go, we've got Supersonic there.
You're looking supersonic as they come round. They're looking really nice control. Out comes the spinnaker. Not as supersonic as I was hoping for there.
No, there was a little bit slow on that one. So Dan Kilsby is a long-term resident of the UAE, but he is a fantastic helm. He is a dinghy helm as well as a catamaran, so you'll see him on the podium a lot locally. We have Michael, Sailor of the Year apparently at dosc this year, and he's also our chairman of the SB20 council here, SB20 committee here, Class Association. He is 3 times champion of the SB20 Dubai Offshore Sailing Club Commodores Cup, and Gaetan is the most winning keelboat of dosc on Clair de Lune.
And look at this, Becky, it's getting close. If you see the boats nearest to us heading downwind, on the left the light blue sail of Desert Eagle, and on the right the dark blue sail of Musketeers, it is so close. There's 4 meters in it for the lead here. Obviously we saw Desert Eagle rounding the top mark, and first they had a really nice lead, but Musketeers were hot on their tail, and now it all comes down to how this downwind leg as they come towards the finish. Desert Eagle look like they've got a really good angle to come straight towards the finish. Yeah, Musketeers are having to jibe now, so that manoeuvre is going to slow them down. They've just jibed, but let's see, you never know, they can just, if they can fill that spinnaker and get a nice puff of wind to pull them down. But here we're looking at boat number 1, Desert Eagle. It's very close for the finish here. I think Desert Eagle are just going to have it. They're just ahead. See if they can get that spinnaker flying in time, because the Musketeers are coming in with some pretty good pace here. I think Desert Eagle are just ahead, but really, really impressive downwind leg. Musketeers kept on them the whole way. They decided to go down a slightly different area of the racecourse and try and get some more wind there. But as you can see, they're just filling in behind Desert Eagle, who have won our third race here. And at the completion of this third race, when everyone's crossed, that is all 24 of our teams who will have completed their first race here at the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta. And then we'll start to see other teams coming out. And of course, they do different flights. Different teams will race against different competitors. So I'm sure in the meantime, when they've been waiting on the ribs, they'll either been looking on the water or looking at this footage to see how the rest of the team, how the rest of the competitors are doing, what their trends are. Sailors will always be learning about what's going on out there, what's looking good on the race course. Obviously the wind can change, but they'll definitely start to pick out where the favoured sides are. And also, Becky, I'm sure you can tell me more about this as an SV20 sailor, what cheeky manoeuvres people like to do and where they like to profit. If there's teams that are really good in their manoeuvres, that's obviously a really good place to pick up a lot of speed.
Yeah, I think it's just watching that race there, you had some very, very few mistakes from Desert Eagle, very clean manoeuvres, jibing, the kite being, or the spinnaker popping straight away, which means that the breeze is there. Musketeers as well really look like they're a well-oiled machine in terms of very few mistakes. Here we go, we've just got boat number 6 there in the Supersonic coming down, so they are battling for a position there to make sure that they can get across, so leaning the boat down to leeward to try and get a little bit more speed, get them downwind quicker. They were obviously super close to their closest competitor. We just jumped out of the screen there, so they were coming across with jamming, so it'd be interesting to see what the race committee record them as for their final race.
Becky, you mentioned there as we saw Supersonic coming across the line, when it's light airs like this, it's body crew movements and crew weight and positionings on the boat is super important, isn't it? I know these are keel boats and I know that the heel is optimal. It's actually a really narrow degree, isn't it, whether it's in heavy winds or light winds, but it's just, as we saw, most of the crew were down to leeward there, underneath the sail, trying to get a few more knots, like a little bit more speed as they were coming downwind. And you could see the helm was being really light and nimble, wasn't he? Just because you can see any slight movement in this light air, it really affects the position of the boat, and that affects the speed of the boat.
Absolutely. It's you know, especially if you depending on your weight distribution as well. So if you've if you're a heavier crew, you really are going to have to be conscious about movement. The minute you move yourself around that boat, it's an oversized dinghy. It has a real effect. It's interesting. We've seen most people sailing quite sharper angles, so more across the wind than downwind. Generally, you see our fleet racing in the SP20s in our weekly racing. There's a lot of people that sail very deep, very with the wind right behind us, so you're heeling the boat or turning the boat, leaning the boat towards the wind a bit more. So the idea is that your asymmetric spinnaker, which means it's an uneven shaped spinnaker, comes around the front of the boat and it's catching more of the wind as you head downwind. So
and when you are coming downwind, it changes, doesn't it, with light wind and heavy wind. In light wind, the jib set's also very important because you're going to use all the area, and then is it less important in heavy wind because the spinnaker is much more important to fill all that air?
I think probably when it comes, again, decision making as to whether you drop your jib or not downwind. I haven't seen any of the crews drop it this time around.
No, they've very much been relying on every bit of triangle they can.
For shorter races, it's probably not worth it because you have to, it's another rope to pull when you come round, so you've got to remember to pull it up and get it set correctly. So a lot of them will keep it up. Higher winds, generally the boats work better and sail better when they are saying closer to the wind, so it then becomes more about heel angle, so the angle at which your boat is leaning over, and there's a magic number apparently. We haven't quite found it. We don't get enough wind here to do that.
You can't tell it if you know the magic number.
Oh no, we're all about sharing, so it's actually really interesting. No, well, I think in little part of you wants to keep that information to yourselves, but no, when we went abroad this summer, it was great actually. The SP20 fleet was so friendly at imparting information, and especially for crews that were coming from conditions that we weren't necessarily used to. So for example, the UAE teams who have super light winds going in and sailing in Dublin Bay or in the Solent, in sort of 25 to 30 knots of wind is quite a different thing. So how you sail the boat, how you set up the boat is very, very different. Here, all the boats have the same rig setting, so all of them will be standardised. The masts are all straight, so there's none of the little idiosyncrasies that the crews put on their own boats, or private owners put on their own boats to feel that their boat goes faster doing these little things. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. So who have we got in our flight number 2? So it's race 4, flight number 2. So it's our first round of the next 3 set of races. Helen, who have we got coming up?
Well, as I say, we're going to start to see some people out on the water that we've already seen before. So in boat number 1 for this 4th race is NBS. Who are for Dostin. They're the husband and wife team with Kathleen Swaling, who is the skipper. Is she our only female? No,
we've got quite a number of female helms. So we've got our WOW team is a female helm, our youth team is female helm. Charlotte Borghese from Ragged Edge Rigging, Rachel Blackburn on Yala Shamal. So we've got quite a few helms. There's going to be female helms. There's going to be a good contest. 1, 2, 3, 4 teams contesting for the female helm, and we've got 3 teams contesting for the youth helm prize as well, the youth team prize, which is really good to see. There we go. So I hear that was a little chatter in our ear there, Helen, with the race committee. That was the umpire saying that all the crews have checked their boats, they're all happy, which means that the race committee can start with our race number 4. So yeah, sorry, going back to the list of who's racing now.
That's okay. So in boat number 2 we have dosc WOW, which is short for dosc Women on the Water. Local team here. I'm sure you can tell me a lot about
Skippered by Charlotte Jarvis, yes. Fairly new into our SB20 fleet, Charlotte is. However, she's been training hard with the youth team, which is quite funny. But we identified her as a talent for racing, for helming and skippering the boat. So that's really good. She actually usually races with her dad, Adrian Jarvis, on a keelboat in a pickle. So she helms in a pickle, and then she also crews for him on his catamaran on their Nacra. So she is she's out there, she's active, and it's great to see. And she's supported by Aish, Anissa, and Sally, so who are all a mixture of dinghy and keelboat racers. So that's our Women on Water team.
On boat number 3 we have Ragged Edge, and they are a local team as well. From dosc we have Charlotte Borghese, who is the skipper.
Sailing today is Ian and Matt are her.
So they've decided to go 3 up. So that'll be it. That'll be it. 3 for the conditions. But if it gets windier, then that's a great choice. Right, in boat number 4 we have Rascal. We saw them earlier. Rascal is from Great Britain. Skipper is Paul Wright. He is joined by Rob Phillips, Graham Campbell, and Kevin O'Rourke. He's Irish, but they are representing Britain. Boat number 5 we have Impey. So quick turnaround for them. They have remained in boat number 5 because they were just in the last race, so no time for them to recover. And Impey are from the Netherlands. Sorry, they're from dosc, but they're from the Netherlands with Joreen Lennon, Jean Contant, and Juran Weiser. They said that they're in a learning process, which I like. Also, that they're key to putting a strong team together is humour. Ain't that the truth? You got to keep laughing through it. They entered last year and they want to win. So that's good for Impey.
Well, they need to behave on the rules. They need to be giving some room at the bottom mark.
Yeah, quite exactly. You can't laugh that off. Tell that to the umpires.
We are 1 minute. I've just seen the flag displayed for 1 minute.
So I'll quickly whiz through then. Still on boat number 6 is Supersonic, same as last time. And boat number 7 we have Annabelle, the all-family team, and Super Bella in boat number 8, as we are inside a minute of flight number 2, which is race number 4 of the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta 2022.
Yeah, so we're just looking there at the countdown. We've got 40 seconds to go before the start of race number 4. There's actually a discussion going on at the moment between the race director and the race officer. The wind has actually just dropped right off, and as you can see over the sea there, you've got lots more holes. Those flags on our spectator boats are not flying as briskly as they were before. It's dropping down to about 3.1 knots, which is not ideal. We're zoomed in on boat number 8, that's Super Bella. So we've actually got quite a local heavy flight here with our Super Bella, Supersonic, Rascal, Ragged Edge Rigging, dosc, wow, and NBS. So the international team of Annabelle are going to have to be holding up that 12. So here we go.
Here we go. We've started. We are race underway. So as you say, lots of locals here. So I'm sure they'll be very familiar with the conditions and familiar with each other. So they'll be keeping their eyes looking up the track to where they can go. We can see early tacking off there.
That was Annabelle there that's just tacked off. They actually, they were in a good position at the start. They chose to hang back a little bit, get clear air and have control of what we call control of the fleet. So as the windward most boat, you basically stop everybody else on tacking onto port, and all they have to tack and decide which way. Has that given them the lead though, Helen?
Not quite. Well, they're still very much in the they're going to be in the runnings for it. They're currently in 3rd place as we look at track, but in 1st place is Superbella. She is on boat number 8, and Supersonic, who is boat number 6. So as we're looking there, we were looking at Annabelle. They are heading towards the right, but Supersonic and Superbella are very much pushing over towards the left-hand side of the race course. They've seen something over there. Supersonic is going pretty quickly at the moment, but of course they're further to the left. You can see Superbella, who are just inside Supersonic, are tacking off now. They're starting to come back towards the middle of the course as they head towards that windward mark. Supersonic have seen something. They're sticking to their guns. They're what we call banging the corners. They're deciding to stick with it. Sometimes, they're starting to tack off now, but sometimes sailors can be quite stubborn, can't they? They decide, no, we're going over here, and it doesn't matter what anyone else does. But they might have seen something. They might have seen a nice puff of wind out there. They're ahead at the moment, only just of
Annabelle there is just tacked. So Annabelle was our first boat to tack off onto port and go to the right-hand side of the course. They've tacked back now onto starboard.
I think they're on their, not quite on their ley line. They might need to put another tack in as they get closer. It depends. Sometimes the breeze can just lift you slightly and you can just pinch your way up. But pinching is where you're heading slightly close to the wind. It does cost you a bit of speed, but it's whether you decide to take that slight knock in speed versus having to do a tack and a manoeuvre, which can slow you right down. I don't think they're quite on the ley line there, so they'll have to do another manoeuvre. But they are on starboard. They are currently leading. So we'll see when they come and cross.
You can just see there on the screen that they've just sailed off in front of boat number 1, 3 and 5. So that's NBS, Ragged Edge Rigging and Impey. So they're all very close. At the moment it looks like Impey is sitting what we call to windward, so closer to the wind than boat number 1, NBS. But NBS were nice bit of speed. She was driving that boat forward, and we've got boat number 3 there, Ragged Edge Rigging is stuck at the bottom. Unfortunately, they can't really go anywhere, so they've got to hold it out until the other 2 boats tack off or turn off there. So we've got boat number 6. No, sorry, not boat number 6.
No, I was just going to say, when we were talking about the ley line there, you can see beautifully on track here, that black line, you see the triangles that are going into the windward mark, that's the ley line. They can't see this. The sailors on the water don't have any instruments to see this. They have to do it by eye and by feel. So you can see Ragged Edge Racing, they are aware that they're across the ley line. They're just trying to tack and try and get away, try and get some clean air. But Annabelle, who are right out in front, they're tacking just now as they head towards the first upwind mark of this race.
Gosh, that's really, you can see the boat speeds there on the right-hand side really just dropping down. It's just looking like it's really dying off, and looking out over the rocks here, we can just see the boats are in our eye line there, Helen, and they've just slowed right down. It's quite frustrating as a sailor. I have to say I'm not a light wind favourer.
Me neither.
No, it's not one of my
I like blowing
favourites.
dogs off leads.
Yeah.
I think that's a technical term. I think maybe it's the commentator's curse, isn't it? I was getting very excited before that the breeze is filling in, and all we do at this point of the day is it gets better. I should never have said that.
No,
I'm so sorry.
Definitely not.
I take it all back. But you know, they're still trying. You can see crew weight's very important. They're trying their hardest to get any sort of speed. But of course, as you can see, those 3 boats on the screen, they're just a bit of each other's dirty air. But look at that, boat number 7 with the orange on top of the sail.
Yes, that is correct. I am just listening to the chatter inside my ear. we've had a huge wind shift, 40 degrees to the right, and so the race committee have decided to abandon the race.
So disappointing for Annabelle with that lovely lead. You can they all
screwed up that beat to the boat.
Yeah, it really affected a lot of the sailors there, a lot of boats. The wind actually dropped right off. It dropped right down to just about 2 knots, and it had a huge shift to the right, which meant that the boats would have been at the back would have been disadvantaged. So they've chosen to abandon the race, stop the racing, and restart. I think they will restart this race, but we'll get an update on that. As you can see, we've got a checkered flag. It looks like a Finnish flag, but it's not. It's a checkered flag there flying from the top of the boat. That's a way to indicate to the sailors that the race has finished. They'll also be indicating to the sailors whether to come back to the start, and then they'll have to reset the course and start again. So bit of frustrating time, but
it's hard for some and it's okay for others. If you know you're having a bad race and that's the call, you sort of think, okay, I'll take this one. But for boats like Annabelle, who had that lovely clear lead, and we're already heading downwind whilst everyone else is struggling upwind, that is frustrating for them. But the umpires play by the rules, and they try to keep it fair for the majority. And we can see Annabelle now with their father and 2 daughters. I was talking to them earlier about being a family on board, and they were super excited, super loving it. So hopefully that motivation's still there. We're going to take a few minutes break here in the studio, and we'll be right back out to racing when we are ready to begin again.
Good afternoon, cars.
Yeah, hi, it's John. How are you doing?
I'm very well. How are you?
Yeah, really good. Do you think you can come and collect that Saturday for me, please, and ship it out to the States?
Absolutely. We'll send a truck straight away.
Fantastic. Talk soon.
Bye.
From all corners of the globe, incredible teams are heading towards one city with one shared passion for one big race. The Dubai Duty-Free SP20 Sailing League Regatta 2022. Following its successful 2021 launch, the second edition of the anticipated competition will see top teams battle it out for the thrilling sailing championship in the iconic city of Dubai. Last year was full of excitement in our first ever live broadcast from Dubai Offshore Sailing Club, thanks to the Dubai Duty Free's generous support. This year, the stakes are even higher. Fitness, techniques and endurance are put to the ultimate test in an inspiring journey. 24 teams from around the world with over 70 sailors will battle it out throughout 50 races for 4 spectacular days to be crowned champions of the Dubai Duty-Free SP20 Sailing League Regatta 2022. Follow all the action presented to you by Becky Britton and Helen Bulkley. Embark on a sensational ride at Dubai Offshore Sailing Club with a full day of broadcast live on YouTube. Join us from the 1st to the 4th of December 2022. Passionate about sailing in Dubai since 1974.
Well, as you can see, I've slightly moved location. The studio's over there, but look at this backdrop. We've got the boats just behind us here, and I am joined by Michael Schmidt, who is the Senior Vice President of Retail for Dubai Duty Free. Obviously, this is the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta. We are thrilled to have you here. How are you finding it being a guest and watching the racing so far?
Absolutely loving it. I mean, the weather is fantastic. The conditions couldn't be better. I'm a sailor myself, so I couldn't be happier to be here today. And of course, for Dubai Duty Free, for the second consecutive year to be the title sponsor, it's really a dream come true. And I think the format of the racing is very exciting. The races are quite short, about 13, 14 minutes each. There's 8 boats out on the water. It's a one design, the SP20, so the racing is very competitive because the boats are all the same, and it's really up to the skills and the strategy of the sailors. But I was lucky to get out on the start boat and to see it from the water, and just absolutely beautiful event. Loving it so far.
So I know you're loving it, but you just said you were a sailor. Would you be slightly happier competing and staying out on the water? It's very nice. I'm thrilled you're with me, don't get me wrong. So I'm sure he's very happy to be here, but doesn't it make you itching to get out there?
I'd love to be out there, but to be honest with you, it's much easier sitting over here. It takes real skill to be out there. I'm more of a leisure sailor. We do compete from time to time because I'm a member of dosc as well. And I'm very fortunate to sail with one of the other members, Ramesh Sadambi, on his beautiful yacht, Rids. And so we sail quite often. We're quite active in the sailing scene. But for Dubai Duty Free to get involved and to sponsor an event such as this is an absolute pleasure. Really loving it.
And obviously you were involved last year. This is the second time that we've had you sponsoring this event, which is absolutely brilliant. It seems bigger this year. It seems better. What do you feel from Dubai Duty Free has made that happen?
Well, I think the first event was a real success. Not just the sailing, and of course I think 24 teams competing, 12 local teams, 12 international teams from 10 different countries around the world. I was having a look at the videos on YouTube, and I believe this event is also being covered live across the world. So a good spectatorship. And it's also the format of the race, it's quite close to the beach. So there's a lot of people watching from the beach, and it's just a real family event. We couldn't be happier, to be honest. You know, Dubai Duty Free sponsors a lot of events, both locally and internationally as well, from golf to horse racing. Of course, the Dubai Duty Free Tennis Championships, which will be happening in February next year. And now to add the Sailing League, the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League to that as well, it's fantastic. We're very happy to be here, promote the sports of sailing, promote the Dubai Offshore Sailing Club, and of course Dubai as the capital for leisure and sports in the region, you know. So it's great.
So sailing, horse racing, tennis, golf, they're amazing sports. What pulls you towards them? Do you have these discussions that are certain sports you want to cover? Is there a reason for you covering these sports?
Well, part of our brief is to promote Dubai as an emirate and the UAE and as a destination. I think the more awareness we can create about Dubai and show them this amazing city, I mean, just sitting here and looking at the backdrop and the skyline of Dubai, these amazing beaches and all the facilities that we have here, the more people that come to Dubai, the busier our airport gets, and the more people visit our shops, you know. We've got more than 40,000 square meters of retail space. We've recently opened a few new beautiful boutiques like Louis Vuitton and Christian Dior, to name just a few. And of course we cater to all tastes and budgets. There's something for everybody. So if you do fly through Dubai to come and witness some of these events, you know, do pass by Dubai Duty Free, visit our shops. There's definitely something for everybody.
Well, I have. I'm from the UK, and that was the other thing I was going to say about this lovely weather. Everyone keeps telling me this is quite cool for Dubai. I am absolutely boiling. But this is amazing weather here.
We're just going into the winter months now. It is completely lovely. But I've even come to love the summer months. The evenings are really cool. There's always something to do in Dubai, be it winter or summer. There's always some kind of event on. But the weather today is absolutely fantastic. I'm happy to see that the wind filled in a little bit. And when we were out there on the start boat, seeing all the boats jostle to get the start quite right, because in races like these, you've got to get the start absolutely right. You've got to get those spinnaker wastes correct, you know, because the competition is so tight. But the conditions today is just perfect. Really loving it. And it's great to bring your family out here. I've got my wife and my 3-year-old son out here, and they're enjoying the beach and the facilities here at dosc. The food is amazing. There's live entertainment. So it's just lovely here. It's a lovely day out.
It is really important, isn't it, that if you're maybe not necessarily
necessarily involved in sailing if you're not a sailor, that you can still get something from it. They're obviously just a stone's throw from the beach here, so will your wife and son actually be watching the racing, or do you think they'll be too busy playing and all the entertainment?
Well, he's quite busy in the jumping castle at the moment, but he's kept sending me some photos and videos of us going out in the boat and all the beautiful duty-free branding all over the place. But I mean, the dates as well, it's just fantastic. We're having a 4-day public holiday, a long weekend, because we're celebrating the 51st anniversary of the UAE. And just next month, Dubai Duty Free will celebrate their 39th anniversary. So if you're in the airport on the 18th, 19th or 20th of December, pass by the duty-free shops. We'll have some great surprises for you over there. And we're celebrating our 39th anniversary.
I might need to delay my flight home, is what you're saying.
It'll be worth it, trust me.
And how have you managed to catch up with Ramesh? He was I introduced him at the press conference yesterday, and also for our opening ceremony, which was brilliant last night. The sailors were buzzing, and I think we could tell from when we opened it up this morning in the briefing, there was a real buzz in the air. Is both of you in agreement that you're finding it a good buzz here?
Absolutely loving it. I was here briefly last night and I saw Ramesh doing the opening ceremony. I was on the phone with him this morning. He told me it looked fantastic and I must enjoy the day today. He's on his way to Qatar to support the World Cup, the FIFA World Cup over there. But I believe he'll be back day after tomorrow and he'll be here for the closing ceremony again. Ramesh is a member here. I'm a member here. He introduced me to the sailing in the club. And also our Executive Vice Chairman, Mr. Colin McLaughlin, is really blessing this event, and he's very happy for us to sponsor this event as well.
Well, we're thrilled. How long do we have you here for, Michael?
I'm based here, so I'm here for the full 4 days. I'm looking forward to tonight and also for the closing ceremony, and I'll be spending most of my weekend here, definitely.
And why not? Well, thank you so much for joining me. It's a real pleasure to talk to you, and I hope you have a lovely rest of the time here, and we'll just come and have a look to see what's going out on the water and go back to some live pictures.
See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1.
Good afternoon, Cars.
Yeah, hi, it's John. How are you doing?
I'm very well. How are you?
Yeah, really good. Do you think you can come and collect that dosc for me, please, and ship it out to the States?
Absolutely. We'll send the truck straight away.
Fantastic. Talk soon.
Bye. Cars?
Yeah, hi, it's John. How are you doing?
I'm very well, how are you?
Yeah, really good. Do you think you can come and collect that Thursday for me, please, and ship it out to the States?
Absolutely, we'll send the truck straight away.
Fantastic. Talk soon.
Bye.
From all corners of the globe, incredible teams are heading towards one city with one shared passion for one big race. The Dubai Duty-Free SP20 Sailing League Regatta 2022. Following its successful 2021 launch, the second edition of the anticipated competition will see top teams battle it out for the thrilling sailing championship in the iconic city of Dubai. Last year was full of excitement in our first ever live broadcast from Dubai Offshore Sailing Club, thanks to the Dubai Duty Free's generous support. This year, the stakes are even higher. Fitness, techniques and endurance are put to the ultimate test in an inspiring journey. 24 teams from around the world with over 70 sailors will battle it out throughout 50 races for 4 spectacular days to be crowned champions of the Dubai Duty-Free SP20 Sailing League Regatta 2022. Follow all the action presented to you by Becky Britton and Helen Bulkley. Embark on a sensational ride at Dubai Offshore Sailing Club with a full day of broadcast live on YouTube. Join us from the 1st to the 4th of December 2022. Passionate about sailing in Dubai since 1974.
You can see behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. see behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1.
Still using pink cylinder on a top mark. We are still using the pink cylinder on the top mark. Thank you. Down with one signal at the minute.
to the Dubai Duty Free Sailing Regatta League here on 2022 at Dubai Offshore Sailing Club. So Helen, what are we seeing on the water at the moment?
Well, you're not seeing double vision. We tried to get race 4 underway at the beginning of flight 2, and obviously the racing team on the water, the umpires, took the decision because so many of the wind changed and it just wasn't fair on so many of the competitors. They cancelled it and they've started that race again. If we go to the on the water pictures now, you can see that we are already underway. So we're in flight 2 now of race 4 at the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta here 2022. All the sailors now have definitely raced one race. That took three races in one flight. So we're now in flight number 2 and we are underway with race number 4. And if we go to the live pictures, we can see that they are on their way. It's still very light out there, Becky. They're on their way up their upwind leg as they head to the windward mark. They're a real split in the fleet. There's 4 one way, 4 the other. So I think at this point, when the wind is this light, you just have to hedge your best and try and get as much clear air as possible. If we can push
Yeah, absolutely. So we saw as well, or I heard on the radio, we had an on-course side boat. So that was a boat that did a false start. They actually had to turn back and come around and restart the race. So they just have to put themselves behind the imaginary start line and then restart. We'll find the information about who was
I think that was,
that.
looking at the tracker, I think that was dosc. Wow, I think that was the women on motorboat because they are pretty far behind and it looks like they had to retrace their steps.
So we were just seeing there as well, at one point we had Supersonic, Superbella, Annabelle and Ragged Edge Rigging, who were all actually vying for first position. We've interestingly got 5 boats that are sailing up the middle of the course, and with Supersonic leading the way with Rascal and Ragged Edge Rigging, and then Annabelle over on the right-hand side of the course, and we can actually see them in our screen here, and looking out through over the rocks. We have another set of boats. We've got Superbella, and we have Impy, and then we have NBS have chosen to go right out to the right-hand side, past the ley line of the course, and then heading into that windward mark. Now, the chatter that was going on as the race got abandoned, Helen, was that the the race management team needed to relay the course. There had been a 40-degree shift.
Gosh.
So that was a move round to the northerly compass bearing over towards the Bulgavi and the Mina Rashid, so up towards the north of the coast. So here we go. We've got boat 5.
I think it's going to get very busy up here. Just looking on the tracker, we've got 4 boats coming in on port who at the moment seem to be the leading pack. We've got Supersonic just ahead, and then we've got 4 boats coming in on right. So the ones on right do have right of way, but it depends whether Supersonic can get there just before Superbella. And I'm pleased for Annabelle if they have a successful rounding, because of course in the original race 4 we started that got cancelled, Annabelle had a really nice lead. So that was a real shame for them. So we'll see who makes it round that windward mark first. And it does look, so Annabelle have number 7 on their mark. It looks like they have had the best upwind leg there, yet they are just rounding. You see on the far left of picture the pink upwind mark. So Annabelle, well done. They have picked up where they left off. They obviously were determined to get that. They had such a good start in the first time. So really pleased that they've made it round.
We got
first.
Supersonic coming round there second. Helen, there you're dialed into the screen, and I'm dialed into the live coverage out on the water. And then we've got boat number 8, so Superbella, the green of Superbella, coming round to the 3rd position. So then there's a bit of a gap, and we should then see the pink of boat number 3, so that's Ragged Edge Rigging. Kite goes up, they've got that dark blue kite, swiftly followed by boat number 5, which is Impy. They're a bit slow there on that hoist, but there they go. And then following up the pack, we have the dosc.ae team, and we have Rascal, and we have excuse me, sorry Helen.
That's okay. I was chatting just whilst we were off air for a minute there. I went and spoke to some of the sailors to see what it's like out there. Now, as you're watching it, you sort of think light winds, it's going to be easier. It is really hard work out there. They've done one race and they were saying that it's really tiring, really tough, because It is hot. They have to really think about the positioning of themselves on the boat and positioning of the boat against the rest of the fleet. So don't be fooled when you see this light air racing. It is really hard work. Here we see Supersonic. So this is their second race of the regatta here. As they're coming down, they've got that white spinnaker there as they're coming downwind. But still, to me, it looks like Annabelle have the lead on the left there with the white spinnaker. That's it. So with the orange 7 on the top of the sail. And they are looking to see a bit of a trend here where they're really coming down as we're looking to the left of the screens. They're coming down the course here and waiting a long time before they put that jibe in. Some of them decide to try and do that jibe and then a last-minute jibe as they decide which gate to come round at the downwind mark. But Annabelle certainly look in a strong position. They've jibed. Let's see who follows next. Coming round next is Super Bella. So they're in 1-2 at the moment. They will have definitely had a look at when Annabelle jibed, see what it looks like and decided if they wanted to go or keep going a bit more. But following is what they've decided to do. Becky, sometimes it is important to follow, isn't it? Because you don't want to risk losing. If there's only one place in it, you don't want to risk losing touch with them. Sometimes you can be a bit more of a cowboy about it and take a very different decision.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about your boat position. So do you want to protect your position on the course? Do you want to keep going? You then also need to be thinking about having air that's clean, so nobody else around you. So as you can see, the 4 boats on the left, they're all going to be affecting each other. They're all going to be affecting each other's breeze into their sail. They're going to be thinking about moving off. So as you saw there with the boats on the left-hand side of the course, they had one boat chose to jibe off with the white spinnaker, and I believe that was probably ragged edge rigging to get their clear air, and the 3 blue spinnakers kept going on the right. So those 3 will be affecting each other. Hopefully there's a little bit more breeze that will peter down the course, which means that the boats at the back, even though they are at the back, will get that little bit of a push before the rest of the boats. It is looking very light out there. Even the umpire flags are not flying there. So we're just looking there at the dosc.ae team. They're round the top mark, but ideally we want to be looking at where those front boat runners are going to be. So we've got a real close race taking place over as they converge on each other. That is a great view there of boat number 3, who is Ragged Edge Rigging, boat number 8, who is Super Bella, and boat number 4, which is Rascal. So they are vying for position. So again, they've all got boat number 3 there is out the front, so Ragged Edge Rigging, so they've got a bit of clear air. Boat 4 will be affecting boat number 8 and their decision making. They're now going to be looking at the bottom gate and deciding which one they're going to be. So Annabelle and Supersonic are very, very close. So that is boat number 6 and boat number 7. They are the 2 boats that we need to be watching to see where they're going to get an advantage.
I think they've had a little bit of a tussle, Becky, coming downwind there. They've been very much the 2 of them out on their own. Annabelle is ahead. That's it, we can see them now. Number 7, orange, is Annabelle, and number 5 there is Impy. So Annabelle are ahead, but I don't know, it looks like there might have been a shift because they are very much sailing across the course at the moment when we saw them very much heading downwind. So I think Annabelle has been overtaken by Supersonic now, as they are so much closer to that downwind mark. So it looks like the boats that jibed early round the top mark and came over to the right of the screen as we're looking at it now.
Here we go. So boat number 6, this is what we want to be looking at, that bottom mark, seeing the boats taking their spinnakers down. That looked like it was Supersonic round the mark first, so they've really got that advantage. Spinnaker went down, and unfortunately Annabelle has just lost out going over to the other side of the course. As you can see, Supersonic, Kite is in, Kite is down. The team are on the evening the boat out, trying to keep that boat moving. There's just nothing on the water there. They've done really well to secure that lead there. So they're now sailing back up, and as you can see there over the horizon, there's just some dark patches, but it's just not strong enough. And we've got boat number 4 there just stopped. So that's Rascal. Obviously they've done a maneuver. And they're just not moving, and as you can see there, the same right down to 1.6 knots we have with Supersonic, and with Ragged Edge, Rascal down to 0.7, and same for the dosc.ae team. So
yeah, you can see, I mean, obviously with the spinnakers, when they're just then there's nothing in the sails, and as one of the teams was already going upwind, you can see it almost like popping the battens of the sail when there's not enough wind to actually make the sail complete a manoeuvre and fully go to the other side. Lovely shot here of Annabelle, boat number 7, as they're coming round that downwind mark, so they're heading back upwind again, getting that kite away, and it's the two girls doing the heavy lifting there, as Dad's at the back on the tiller.
Yeah, it's really interesting actually when it's light winds like this. It's fast and furious at the front on the bow, but really it's just about minimising how much you're moving, minimising your effect on your boat speed, and minimising your effect on slowing the boat down. You've got to keep the water driving over the keel. So there we go, we've got a view there of ragged edge rigging, and Ian Martin talking to Charlotte Borghese about I think that might be an abandoned race
look,
there,
there's
Helen.
the flag up, it's been abandoned. That black and white checker flag abandoned, and you can see why. I mean, you don't need to know huge amounts of sailing to see that it's not racing anymore, it's just a drift off. So I think that's a fair call for the umpires, but again, a real shame, because we've had 2 abandoned races now, and it's been for the same race, for this 4th race as they're trying to get it away. So it really is a waiting game, and you know, we've got 3 international on the water umpires out there. They're incredible at what they do. Every decision happens on the water. It stays on the water, so they have to decide there and then what's happening live for what's the best decision to do with each race.
Yeah, so just listening in there to the race management team talking to each other. So that was unfortunately the wind dropped, and then it actually swung back round to the left. So it went more into the southerly area of that, and it just isn't working for the race committee. As you can see there, we got some. That was the sizzly sausage of Team Mina Rashid, chilling out there on the rib. In their red buoyancy aids. Yeah, so as you can see, they've abandoned the race, and we're just getting back to...
We saw that, didn't we, when we looked at the track, and we saw Annabelle and Impy, and they looked like they just had to turn a corner. So as that wind would have shifted round, they of course adapted to it. They were doing the best thing they could, but obviously it just wasn't fair for racing, which is why the right-hand side, as we looked at it, was coming down so quickly. But as you say, they're having relaxed. Why not? Hey, it's a wonderful place. It's still very warm, and a good time to rest, because it is pretty full on. Oh, so here's Impy. They're just doing a little bit of housekeeping there. Yeah,
getting the boat tidied up, getting themselves ready for the next race.
Smiles all round.
Good. They're sailing my boat. I'm not surprised. Says Herbie.
Invested interest.
Exactly. So no, it's also about just keeping yourselves hydrated, keeping yourselves aware. So it's time maybe to just get yourself water on board, get some electrolytes on board, maybe have a quick energy snack, especially when it's a little bit overcast like this. It's a bit misleading here. It feels like maybe it's okay and you're not that overworked, but actually it's hitting you. And unfortunately, as a ginger, I feel the effects living here so long. I should be used to it, but not necessarily.
No, so it's very important to keep protected. Becky, you mentioned Herbie there. Is that the name of your boat?
That is the name of my boat.
You've been mentioning him, and I keep thinking I don't know who Herbie is, and I was thinking maybe it's just a sailor I'm not familiar with. It's your boat. So you're of course one of the very generous dosc members who have provided one of the boats for us this weekend.
That is right. So all of the 8 boats that are on the water, and then we have 2 standby, are privately owned. Sorry, no. 7 of them privately owned. 1 of them is owned by Dubai Offshore Sailing Club. So they've all been generously donated by the owners that compete and race at dosc, and it's really nice. It's one of the ways that we can make this event work, and being part of a club means that you can start to build that community, and we're all of that feeling. So we've got a few names out there of the boats. I mean, they're obviously being sailed by teams, or they've got numbers at the moment. But what's interesting that will happen is that every competitor or every team will get to put into the race director which boat that they have a preference for. So if they get into the final, then they will get the opportunity to choose which boat that they want to
Just for the
race.
final, then, not
Just
for the qualifying
series. No, just for the final. So, for example, if they chose, for example, boat number 5 was chosen, boat number 7 and boat number 6 and boat number 1, they would be your 4 boats that will go into the final with the teams that had chosen them. So it's quite a nice way. It's a good way for the sailors to get to know the boats, and they do start to get to know the boats. They start to know which one they prefer to sail. Even though the boats are the same, they all have their own characteristics. So yes, it's quite good fun. We had a bit of a fun evening the other week picking out the numbers to go which boat. It was very much done by random, and Michael Pajak, our chairman, sat there and we pulled out, which boat was, and which name it was associated with the number. So there we go. We got the girls.
You can't be more fair than that.
No, absolutely, and that's boat number 7 there with Annabelle on board. So 7 was actually Herbie's number last year. So I'm going to get a list of who was which boat, so we can start supporting the boats as well. Again, let's just talk about who we have involved and being able to offer such great support. So we've obviously got all the 14 different yacht clubs that are represented here this week. So we've obviously got Dubai Offshore Sailing Club as the home club. We have Mina Rashid P&O Yacht Club down the road. We have Jeddah Yacht Club. We have INWTS TC in Mumbai. We have Ras Al Hamra Sailing Club in Oman. We have FF Wale. We have, this is my Welsh one, let me get it right, Clan Defed Sailing Club. We've got the Royal Southern Yacht Club. We've got Club Nautico Rimini. We have Dublin Bay Sailing Club. We have Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club. We have WV Breskens and WV Brasmere. I'm going to have to find out what the Dutch team's yacht club is going to be. And typically we have helicopters, we have race committees chatting at the same time. We've also got SR and Tibes is who the yacht club for FFV Youth are representing. So yeah, lots of international yacht clubs, and I apologise if I haven't mentioned you. If I haven't mentioned you, please let us know via the race support team on shore, or sending us a message through one of the different platforms we have. So we're very excited to be live on YouTube streaming. We also have Track here with us, and they are doing all the graphics overlay in terms of where the boats are standing and where they're racing. So you can go back and replay race number 1, 2 and 3 through the live track website, and the link there is on the Dubai Offshore Sailing Club website. We also have working with us is our live race results, which is being uploaded from our race support. Zarusha, she's actually on the water and updating them while we're live, so we can take a look at our race sheet so far. So we have for the teams, we don't seem to have race number 2 or 3, which is a bit of a shame. There we go. Sorry, flight number 1. Sorry, I'm getting confused with myself. So on flight number 1, sitting in first.
So that's the first 3 races that we've seen today.
Yeah, first 3 races. So we have Desert Eagle, FFV Youth, Sports Boat World. So they all have 1 point. We have Musketeers, Super Bella and Tara sitting with 2 points. We have Glasgow Kiss, Supersonic, VJ Holland sitting with 3 points. Flying Sharks, Gellert and Jamming sitting with 4. Annabelle, NBS and Rascal sitting with 5. Mina Rashid, Wolfhounds, Yala Shamal sitting on 6 points. JYC, Ragged Edge Rigging, Shades sitting on 7. Dosc Youth, Dosc Wow and Impy sitting on 8 points. So as we go through, those flight details will be updated and uploaded up onto the live results sheet, which is available through the Dubai Offshore Sailing Club website. So just talk about our Dubai Duty Free sponsors. So amazing to have them here again this year in the second year. We were talking earlier with Michael Schmidt there. Amazing. What sort of information did he have to give us about why they're so excited to be part of this amazing sailing league?
Well, I think excited was where he's absolutely thrilled to be here, and what's lovely is he's here with his wife and young son as well. So he obviously realised it's as much as it's he's part of a business that's part of supporting here, but he was able to bring his family down as well, which is really key. This is also about the spectators, about the family. Obviously at DOSC we've got some incredible activities and entertainment in the evening. So activities in the day, entertainment in the evening. But you know, they're really, really proud to be back here again and supporting this event. And he mentioned a few of the other sports that they're into, top level sports, and it's brilliant that they're able to sponsor this one. Obviously him and Ramesh Kadambi are both sailors, they're both members of DOSC, so it obviously is close to their heart. But he was out on the water for the start of race 1, so nice to be part of the action and out there with the sailors as it was all kicking off. But he's just really enjoying watching the racing and being part of the event here.
Oh, it's brilliant. And you know, what a time to be part of a sporting event. We've got so much going on, not just in the UAE, but GCC and worldwide. Obviously, we've got a rather large competition taking place up the road in Qatar with the FIFA World Cup that's taking place. So there was definitely a buzz around the opening ceremony last night when we had two games going on. So I think
we did have to make sure everyone knew who to listen to, as in us.
Yes, exactly. I think we were challenging the Australians for vocalising there. So yeah, it's that's fantastic. And then obviously locally with UAE National Championships, sailing championships that take place. And I'm hoping to be able to speak to one of the competitors in a little bit who is from Dubai and from the UAE and has grown. I've known him for a long time, and it'd be great to listen to Adil's story and what's brought him through the world of sailing, starting in the UAE and moving on to going off to the Olympics and being involved in the Volvo Ocean Race. So yeah, I think we're just going to, as we can see, everybody's just chilling out at the moment. Helen, I think we're probably going to go to a short break so we can watch some information and some shots from our Dubai Duty Free sponsors. So I think, Paul, if you're listening to us, it's over to you shortly.
See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1.
From all corners of the globe, incredible teams are heading towards one city with one shared passion for one big race. The Dubai Duty Free SP20 Sailing League Regatta 2022. Following its successful 2021 launch, The second edition of the anticipated competition will see top teams battle it out for the thrilling sailing championship in the iconic city of Dubai. Last year was full of excitement in our first ever live broadcast from Dubai Offshore Sailing Club, thanks to the Dubai Duty Free's generous support. This year, the stakes are even higher. Fitness, techniques and endurance are put to the ultimate test in an inspiring journey. 24 teams from around the world with over 70 sailors will battle it out throughout 50 races for 4 spectacular days to be crowned champions of the Dubai Duty Free SB20 Sailing League Regatta 2022. Follow all the action presented to you by Becky Britton and Helen Bulkley. Embark on a sensational ride at Dubai Offshore Sailing Club with a full day of broadcast live on YouTube. Join us from the 1st to the 4th of December 2022. Passionate about sailing in Dubai since 1974.
You can see behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1. See behind us, the crews are getting ready to sail out to race 1.
are CSM Live, delivering branding, signage, wayfinding, experiential, and a whole lot more since 1947. Made up of some of the world's most experienced event professionals working across sport, entertainment, and retail. We pride ourselves on having a portfolio of the world's most prestigious brands, rights holders, and venues. From London 2012, RHS, Ryder Cup to Expo and Burberry, the list goes on. For us, our clients are the centre of everything we do, which is why we continue to build campaigns with them year after year, some of which are after 35 years. We pride ourselves on guaranteeing quality each and every time, which is why we have our CSM Live Mark of Assurance. Our 360 turnkey approach allows us to manage and implement all aspects of a campaign, be it look and feel, production, design, installation, and of course, sustainability, which runs through the heart of everything we do. Based across the globe, our CSM Live family ensures no matter where you are based, we are able to bring your campaign, activation, or event to life.
You're live.
Well, hello and welcome back, and we're down just in front of Dosc Marina here, and I'm joined by the Flying Sharks team all the way from India. I have Shweta with me here. How's it going so far? You look like you had a really great first race.
Yeah, it was really good, but of course the winds were light and I was just waiting for the second race to start. Looks difficult, but hoping to be back on the water. And yeah, I think the first race was good. I think the starts were okay-ish, and then we really had a good way on the first upwind. And yeah, I think the rest of the things my friends and my teammates can just hop into it.
Well, when I was talking to them earlier, I said, hey, you had a great start in race 2, and then they all laughed because apparently their start was really bad. I meant start to the regatta. It was a great start to the regatta. You had a good finish.
Yeah, we got a good finish, but of course the start was not so good, and we had some 2-3 mistakes, which we might have won that race, but anyhow, no problem. More races are there. So
there are so many more races, so many more races ahead of us. How did you like sailing out there today?
It was really good, but there was some part which seemed really challenging, and hoping for good races.
And talk to me a bit about your history. So you're obviously, you've come from India, but you've got history in the 49er, and now you two sail the Nacra together.
Yes, it's good. Like now, of course, sailing for almost 18-19 years, and started from Optimus Sailing, and yeah, we are paired up as an Nacra team and preparing for upcoming Asian Games and Olympics. And yeah, looking forward for it. It's really so fast, fun boat, and more fast, so it's just awesome. It's full foiling boat, and yeah, it's great.
So you were originally sailing on the 49er FX and you on the 49er, so you just decided, no, that's not for us anymore, we need to sail together.
No, like we were sailing together, now we have paired, and for this event we thought to sail a big boat and just pair up with our team, and we are here.
And how is it for your crew work here? And it's more practice for you two together, but obviously we've got a few more other people on board.
Yes, like it's just like, yeah, we know each other and we can trust and believe on them that, okay, the specific roles if given to one person, like the genical handling or the trimming, and you know. So yeah, so we just, we sail together back home also. So whatever, it's just like a number of team members we got to be selecting due to the wind, like according to the wind conditions. Yeah, and then just according to the weight and whosoever is reliable on those wind conditions, we just pick them up. And I think it just team effort and team game. So yes, the whole credit is about I mean the team and people supporting us. Like we have Malay Prabhakar from India also, and you know he's local and he's helping us. And even we have people from here who is really helping. We have Ramesh who is really always supporting us. Come on guys, and it's really great. Even Pradeep from the DOS. The locals are really nice. I mean, it is so, like, we feel like our own country, and they're so welcoming, and everyone is just happy, smiling faces, and it's really nice to be here around.
That is brilliant to hear. Thank you so much, and thank you for your time with us. When's your next race? What number are you?
6.
Okay, so we're hoping to get race number 4 underway. Hopefully it is already underway. So we'll head back out on the water and see what's going on for race number 4.
Thanks very much, Helen. Oh, wow, what amazing achievements by the Flying Sharks team there. So we're on to race number 4, and we have racing in race number 4. We have NBS, Dosc Wow, Ragged Edge, Rascal, Impy, Supersonic, Annabelle and Superbella. So heading to our track line, we can see Supersonic coming in there on the port lay line for the marker, and we are going to see them cross in port in front of Impy and Superbella, Ragged Edge Rigging and NBS there. So they have managed to get round that top mark, just creeping round the top mark, just in front of that big spectator boat, which will be displacing some of the breeze there. But there we go, and here comes the spinnaker is popped, and that is Supersonic. So that's our local team, Supersonic, on boat number 6, taking the lead and came in on port, snuck round in front of our starboard boat and got round the mark. So we see a different coloured mark there. We are on the orange triangle instead of the pink cylinder. So the wind looks like it has swung round to the left, which is what caused the big delay with the start of race number 4. Coming round in second place, we have boat number 5 there with Impy, so they've got the second place spinnaker up. We've got Super Bella with their spinnaker at boat number 8. Bit of a twist there. They need to get that out quickly before boat number 3 of Ragged Edge Rigging taking in to the 3rd position. So these guys look like they are going to head off to the left-hand side of the course. So we need to be following them down to the left-hand side there, swinging round. We haven't got any boats yet that have jibe. We've still got Supersonic there leading the pack. And this is a great shot zoomed in there on our boats. And we've got boat number 1, so that's NBS, Natural Based Solutions. And following them on that windward mark, we're rounding. We can see there another boat that's just come in. Can't see who that is that's just come round. That is the WOW team that's just come round, and bringing up the rear there is Rascal. So we just saw there Supersonic jibing off into fresher breeze. So they've chosen to jibe away and go for that right-hand side of the course as you are looking up the up what we call the beat, up that windward beat there. And they've got the boat flat. We're moving. We're seeing a little bit more speed now. We're up over between about 3.5 and 4 knots. They're still in the lead. We've got Impy pushing that right-hand ley line. We've got quite a few that have stayed out there with Super Bella, Ragged Edge Rigging, and Annabelle and NBS. So we're starting to see the jibes going off. So that is Super Bella there took the earlier jibe behind Impy. Impy has stayed on. I'm wondering which mark they're going to go for. I think Impy might be looking to go for that right-hand mark of the gate, as if you're looking down the course. It looks like we've shortened the course a little bit there with the race committee. So not so much of a long leg. We've got a 29-metre lead by Supersonic on Impy, but it's going to be very interesting when they come back together, because when Supersonic jibe, so turn that stern of the boat through the wind, as you can see them doing that now, they will be on starboard, so they will have the right of way over any boats coming from that left-hand side of the course. It's going to be interesting as they truck themselves back over there. So Helen, welcome back to the studio. You. It's a great interview there with our Flying Sharks team from India, and listening to all their sailing achievements and what they're hoping to get. So there we go. We've got a good, nice view of Rascal there. We've got the helm and the main, the spinnaker flyer inside the boat. So we've got a little bit of wake there, just slowing the boats down. But it'd be good to see where our leaders are at the moment. So have Supersonic managed to get round that mark? They've actually jibed and they are heading for that left-hand side of the mark. We've got close quarters there between Rascal and Annabelle. Here we go. So that's a spinnaker down for boat number 6, which is Supersonic, and hopefully coming into the markers now, we should see where Impy are and Ragged Edge Rigging. It looks like Ragged Edge Rigging have got themselves up into 2nd position there, Helen, looking at this our track here on the screen.
Yeah, just catching up with the racing, as you say. I was just with Flying Sharks, who are heading out for race 6 shortly. So it's so nice to see this racing back underway and nice and close. Oh, here's Ragged Edge. We can see Matt Britton there at the front with Ian Martin. So there's communications going on, and Matt there is just getting ready as they. I can't quite see where they are on the race.
So They have come round in second. They're in boat number 3 there. So they're in front, which means that boat number 5 and boat number 8 are going to have to think about making a decision. Boat number 5, so that's Impy, is holding Super Bella in that position, and they are going to be causing boat number 8 a little bit of dirty wind. There we go. So as you can see, Jerome there on the helm, just keeping the boat moving. Boat number 8 is going what we call that dirty wind. So as the wind comes off the sail, it basically gives lots of turbulence onto the boats that's sitting behind them.
And that's the last thing you need in this weather, isn't it? If you've got a puff of breeze and you can maximise from it, the last thing you want is anyone interrupting that ahead. So it's always very important to get your clear lanes, and that looks exactly like what Supersonic's doing, as they are hurtling up the middle there.
All right, so we've also just saw there boat number 1 with NBS and boat number 4 Rascal. They chose to go round that left-hand side of the mark. They were actually following each other at one point, but it looks now on our track that Rascal has tacked off. Let NBS go with, there you go, you can see them in the view. So we now have a starboard boat of Rascal and the port boat of NBS. Here we go. This is a beautiful shot. Great shot. So it looks like the wind has swung again. We're not getting much communication from the race committee at the moment, but it looks like that Supersonic took the right call, going to the left-hand mark and just sailing all the way up what we call the port ley line onto up to the mark. Same with Ragged Edge Rigging. They had a great choice of mark, and they kept their speed out in front of Super Bella on the green boat, and we've got Impia there as well. So Impia are actually on the inside or to leeward of Ragged Edge Rigging, as well as NBS. So it's going to be interesting to see who gets to the lane line first, who tacks, and whether NBS and Impy are going to be able to force Ragged Edge out of being able to get round that rounding.
Look there goes Supersonic there as they popcorn their kite out the front as they head downwind. So lovely job there, and now it does look hot out there, doesn't it? It's definitely not sweater weather out here in Dubai. So it's hard work, and that's a lot of the feedback I've got from the sailors I've spoken to so far. It is hard work in this light wind. So now they are doing their second downwind leg, so they'll just be looking out for that finish line, but also they've got a fair bit of traffic to deal with who are the boats that are currently coming back upwind.
I could definitely do with an ice cream, Helen. It is roasting up here. But we've got, at least we can see that breeze coming back again. It's going to be definitely giving us the boat something to think about. And there we go, Ragged Edge, really great rounding there. Kite went up and they had it ready to go. So who is going to be our third boat around? I think it's going to be a close call between Super Bella and Impy here. There we go, Charlotte Borghese on the helm there, just constantly talking to her spinnaker trimmer of Ian Martin. Let's have a look at this tack of boat number 8, Super Bella coming round. Really smooth. There we go, Bowman gets ready. We got one on the halyard, one on the pole. As the pole goes out, so that's that black item at the front. Pole goes out and it is spinnaker set and straight away, and that looks like the main sheet and spinnaker trimmer is, oh gosh, I've lost my list here. Help me out. Where are we with Super Bella? I think that is Matteo is there on the spinnaker sheet. And here we go. Here's our Dutch team, Impy, and we've got Jean there pulling out the tack line and the pole. White glasses, it's definitely a white glasses team. I wonder if their third man has a pair of white sunglasses as well.
Yeah, absolutely. that looked good. They were the ones we saw in between the couple of abandoned race 4s. They looked like they were having a really nice time, but definitely some teamwork like Batman and Robin out there as they were coming downwind, as we can see. Number 7, Annabelle, just behind them. Shame for them that both the first attempts at race 4, they were very much out in front. So that is difficult, but they certainly seem to be not letting it bother them, as we see in this procession. And I believe Supersonic are about to cross. There we go. You can see them, white spinnaker there, about to cross the finish line.
Oh, we have an incident.
Yeah,
so let's have a look. That was a red flag. So it looks like boat number 4
behind Rascal.
So I wonder
they're
what
already
that was.
they're having to turn. Who knows? Could that be for hitting the buoy?
Maybe it could have been. I can only
there's
seem
no
to
one else
think.
around them.
No. Oh, this is a brave manoeuvre. They are not going to drop their spinnaker. So let's have a look how they managed to get themselves back onto the race course. That is such a shame. Maybe they had an incident. I think they were probably an incident there with NBS. Looking back at the track here, that is the only boat that was close to them there. And coming in for second position is Ragged Edge Rigging. So well done to them. That is a great second race for them. Here comes NBS. There we go. What a great shot. Everybody looking out, looking for the breeze, trying to get the boat, keep the boat moving, and keeping it fast there from NBS. So we then have Super Bella, just 13 metres, so let's have a look, the time difference there. So it was 50 seconds behind between Supersonic and Ragged Edge, 1 minute and 8 seconds between Super Bella and Supersonic, and there we go, Impy looks like they are going to be in 4th position. So not bad considering that they'd had a penalty in the first attempt at race number 4, and then we had an OCS, or an on-course side boat, in race number 4 again. 4B, I think we could probably call it. So, and then this is obviously 4C taking place. So, well done to the teams there. It is definitely hot out there. Right, let's have a look, Helen, at who we have going into race number 5, which is flight number 2.
Absolutely. Well, they probably can't believe it. It's been a long time for this flight 2, race number 4, to have been out there. But well done. Great to have had a race underway, and you know, hats off to the race management team and the umpires out there for getting that away. So we're still in flight 2. For race 5, we have the FFV Youth that are going to be heading out and taking on going into boat number 1. They're here representing France. De Les Anges. Do we think I'm saying that name right? I see what's happened. I think they've put their names in the other way around. I think I've been saying it's Julia Demodio and Julien Brunel. I think even I, in my limited French, could recognise that those weren't Christian names. So that's who we've got coming out for race number 5 for boat number 1. Boat 2, VJ Holland, if memory serves me correctly, they had a very good first race. They were out in the first race, and I think they were top 3.
Top 3, third position.
Okay, well done, Helen. And
they're returning from last year as well, so they were one of the crews that have just absolutely thoroughly enjoyed themselves, both on the water and off the water, and they just couldn't wait to get back. I think they were probably one of our first teams to re-sign up. So,
and how soon can they sign up?
So hopefully, pretty much we actually changed the format this year. It was an invitational only event this year, so it went out to all of our SB20 committees, class fleets, and an invitation was sent, and you could sign up that way. So that's how it did. These guys are obviously super keen and got in there pretty quick with their class association. Right, so boat number 3 will be Mina Rashid, skippered by Mitch Webb, crewed with Sean Rowlands and Anastasia and John Cole. And then we have in boat number 4, we will have Team Tara, who we actually met yesterday. They'd just flown in, they hadn't even checked in, so we met Freddie and Agoston. So that's, and then we haven't met Magnus. So Magnus is the Singapore SB20 Class Association president at the moment, and they are a very competitive team.
And super excited to be here, aren't they? They were really pumped yesterday.
Apparently, did you know that their biggest achievement to date is dropping the spinnaker in the water 5 times and still finishing top 3 at the Asian Grand Slam?
I love that sting in the tail there. Hey, how they brought that back round. I wasn't sure how that was an achievement until we saw how well they did.
So no, they did great. So it's going to be good to see how these guys compare with the teams here. Obviously, the conditions here are as good, very similar to Singapore. So that's boat 4. Boat number 5, we have Glasgow Kiss, which are our reigning champions, with Neil, Steve and Neil on representing Singapore and the Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club. So that is boat number 5 with the yellow top on the top of the sail. Then we have, in boat number 6, we have the other half of the crew from Glasgow Kiss last year. This is an individual entry by Gellert. So we have James, William and Jack on representing Wales and the UK, and I'm going to double check. I have said that every time. I'm going to double check how we say that sailing club name. Boat number 7, Helen, who do we have on boat number 7?
Oh, I met them this morning after the skipper's briefing. dosc Youth, really lovely young sailors. 2 of them are 12, 1's 16 and 1's 17. So there's 3 girls and a young chap called Ryan on board. So I was saying, you know, how's it like sailing with all the girls? But he seemed very happy, and his response, bless him, was that he loves the teamwork on board. So I think they're having a really nice time. And as I said to him at the time, there's the age-old argument in sailing whether you're looking at youth versus experience, because the younger guys say, hey, we're really agile and we're really fit on these boats, and the older guys say, yes, but we've got so much experience on our side, we know exactly what to do in these boats. So they've certainly got youth on their side, and really happy to be here.
Yeah, and then on our final boat we have Sports Boat World Racing, with skippered by John Pollard and crewed by Liam Pardy and Henry Weatherall. Now they are second place in the SB20 World Championships this September just past in 2022. So we've got some high pedigree on there, and Henry's an ex-Finn sailor. So oh, there we go. We've got a little sign there. You've got to stroke the sausage, apparently. So the owners of Lacanico, which is the boat that we can see in there, and they've stuck little go sausage signs on. So when you jump on, you have to give the boat a little rub and encourage her to sizzle as she sails along. Apparently, that is Amanda's, Amanda Dale, who owns the boat. That is her.
You've got to follow the rules in sailing. You've got to follow the rules.
Exactly. Those traditions, I think sailors are definitely a very superstitious bunch.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been so many I've heard over the years. Not allowed bananas on the boat?
No bananas, no green, apparently.
No green. I always worry if I wear anything green when I'm at a sailing event that people will just think, what is she playing at? But no, that's no green and no bananas. And apparently now
stroking your sizzly sausage.
Yes, I basically couldn't say it, so thank you for taking
that. I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's only what these the superstitions. I mean, when you talk about green, not allowing green on the boat, unfortunately, when my husband and I bought a very nice boat, and unfortunately she was green originally, so she definitely got repainted
so that
again.
sounds past tense.
So we are hoping that the breeze looks like it's moved again. We're still struggling to hear the conversation with the race committee, but hopefully we'll get some chatter with them a bit later on with Nick or Roger. It'd be great to hear what their thoughts are on the breeze, so whether they're changing the course. So as you can see there, that's Sports Boat World, just checking the boat, checking over everything, and making sure that there's no porcupines hiding in the spinnaker bag.
Because that really would be a shock.
Yeah, I think there'd be a lot of spinnaker tape coming out there. Oh, there we go. We've got a great. That's one of our support boats there with DIMC. So Dubai International Marine Club have been fantastic in helping support by giving us some resources for this week, and it was great to meet Mohammed Harab this morning. But as always, we couldn't do without our main sponsor, our title sponsor, who returned for the second year this year with Dubai Duty Free and their fantastic support of sport in the UAE. So we're going to go over to a little message from Dubai Duty Free while we wait for the next race to start.
We'll tell you on the radio when we've done it. Thank you.
We are CSM Live, delivering branding, signage, wayfinding, experiential, and a whole lot more since 1947. Made up of some of the world's most experienced event professionals working across sport, entertainment, and retail. We pride ourselves on having a portfolio of the world's most prestigious brands, rights holders, and venues. From London 2012, RHS, Ryder Cup to Expo and Burberry, the list goes on. For us, our clients are the centre of everything we do, which is why we continue to build campaigns with them year after year, some of which are after 35 years. We pride ourselves on guaranteeing quality each and every time, which is why we have our CSM Live Mark of Assurance. Our 360 turnkey approach allows us to manage and implement all aspects of a campaign, be it look and feel, production, design, installation, and of course, sustainability, which runs through the heart of everything we do. Based across the globe, our CSM Live family ensures no matter where you are based, we are able to bring your campaign, activation, or event to life. We are CSM Live, delivering branding, signage, wayfinding, experiential, and a whole lot more since 1947. Made up of some of the world's most experienced event professionals working across sport, entertainment, and retail. We pride ourselves on having a portfolio of the world's most prestigious brands, rights holders, and venues. From London 2012, RHS, Ryder Cup to Expo and Burberry, the list goes on. For us, our clients are the centre of everything we do, which is why we continue to build campaigns with them year after year, some of which are after 35 years. We pride ourselves on guaranteeing quality each and every time, which is why we have our CSM Live Mark of Assurance. Our 360 turnkey approach allows us to manage and implement all aspects of a campaign, be it look and feel, production, design, installation, and of course, sustainability, which runs through the heart of everything we do. Based across the globe, our CSM Live family ensures no matter where you are based, we are able to bring your campaign, activation, or event to life.
And you're back on live.
Well, welcome back to the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta, and we are on flight 2, race number 5. As we slide back into the live broadcast here, thank you so much for joining us. If we can go back and look out on the water, we can see race number 5 is underway, and it is very close between FFV Youth representing France and SBW
Sports Boat World. Sorry, that was me waving at my mum over there on the TV.
Very close as they're heading on the first upwind leg. We've obviously, if you've been with us all day today, it's been very light and patchy. We've had a couple of races abandoned, but it is brilliant to see racing underway as race number 5 is heading upwind to their first windward mark, and it is Sports Boat World ahead, just ahead of FFV Youth, and their mission here is to be top 3. So they've had a really good race so far, so for FFV Youth. So they seem to be, consistency is often king here, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. I think you're just going to have to, especially to get yourself into the grand final, with so many races, just consistent, good results in the top, and in the top 5, and it's anybody's game. I mean, there's going to be a lot of maths taking place on that final day to see whether they are going to be in there or not. So as we can't start to get up towards that top mark, we've got Sports Boat World there have just tacked onto what we call the starboard ley line, which is the right-hand side of the course. If you were to draw a triangle from the top mark down to outwards in the angles that you can sail, then it would be a straight line. So Track is really good at offering us that overview. So, I mean, at any point we drop into that, we'll be able to see. So we've got Team Tara there as well. That's another Singapore boat. So we have 2 Singapore boats racing today. So Glasgow Kiss have just made their way up to 3rd position, which is great. They are coming in on port though, so it's going to be interesting. And as we get to the top mark, we've still got Sports Boat World in the lead, with FFV coming in close second, and VJ Holland also on starboard there. So it's going to be interesting. Looks like Team Tara are unfortunately not managed to get that starboard crossover. We obviously do need to pan to the left a little bit to be able to see the boats actually going round the mark. We're lucky in that we're watching the track here, and we can see them coming round. So that is great, as we see 2 spinnakers being popped there. So I would say that's Sports Boat World and FFV.
Yeah, absolutely right. They're the 2 that have come round and got their spinnaker up. Really tight at the top mark now, with VJ Holland and Glasgow Kiss, as they're coming round very, very close together. Glasgow Kiss just on the outside. Look, there's Ewan McEwen, one of our umpires, who's keeping a very close eye on things. When boats come close together, particularly at mark roundings, he has his eyes peeled. He's essentially the think pad out there to make sure that the race runs smoothly, and will certainly be hot on anyone's tails if he thinks.
There we go. And there you can see Mina Rashid on boat number 3, just carrying enough speed. I'm hoping they're going to get round boat number 6 of Gellert. They are definitely coming in. This is a great shot. Really, really close races. We've got Sports Boat World and FFV out in front, with powering away as Glasgow Kiss have got their spinnaker going. Lots of clean air. Now we're going to have a little bit of a tussle going on between the boats of 6 has just lost what we call the tack line, so that's not good. They didn't get on, so they've managed to pull it back in. It's going to be a real hard pull in for that person. We've got boat number 4. Unfortunately, Tara hasn't managed to get their spinnaker. They are doing a penalty, so we'll hear from the umpires as to what happened. I wonder whether it was a little bit of a not giving way at the mark. Helen's just going to dial into the race committee to find out what's happened there. And we've got boat, that will be that will be Mina Rashid will be coming through at the back there with boat number 6. We're still looking for DOSC Youth. Unfortunately, they got a little bit knocked out there and weren't able to carry enough speed to get to the top mark, so they unfortunately look like they're going to have to do a double tack. That breeze at the top mark is very, very light, unfortunately, but we've got a jibe off there from Sports Boat World.
Like
this is a great shot from track, so we can see there we've got that ley line. So Sports Boat World have jibed, and they're trying to make their way down to what we call the gate at the bottom, the leeward gate. So that's the gate at the bottom of the course. That's mark number 2. They can choose which way they go round, so they have to go in between the 2, but then they have to choose to whether they go round the left or the right. Now, looking at track here, they are going to jibe round. They're probably going to be doing a leeward spinnaker drop. Yeah, that looks like a leeward spinnaker drop, pulling it into the boat and then around that left-hand mark there. So here we go. We've got boat number 1, FFV. FFV on coming round as well, and they are going to be looking like they're going to do the same as Sports Boat World. I think that left-hand side of the course is looking a lot better.
It is looking a lot better, but it's obviously a decision, isn't it? Because it's going to be pretty dirty air as they head back up again because of all the spinnakers on their way down. But they have got a nice lead there, because as we can see, Sports Boat World have a pretty good lead, because it's only just now that FFV Youth are coming round. It has gone very, very light out there, but the spinnakers are still just about being filled towards the top of the course. There's on the left-hand side of the screen, the light blue spinnaker. It's hot. They're just filling it now, but it is very, very
We've done really well as well, actually. Glasgow Kiss have managed to power down. They obviously got a line of breeze, as did Gellert and Mina Rashid managed to come down the course. So Mina Rashid's not quite got that breeze line there. They've been pushed out the back. But Glasgow Kiss closed the gap. There's now only 55 metres between them and the leading boat of Sports Boat World. But you can see it's quite a darker line there of breeze onto the left where that light blue spinnaker's going through. But again, we've got a really slow tack. We saw a roll tack there from boat number 5. That is Glasgow Kiss, who was sitting in 3rd place. Boat number 2 there, VJ Holland. Sorry, I had that down as boat number 3. So VJ Holland, boat number 2 there, that came round just behind Glasgow Kiss, and boat number 6 of Gellert as well. So unfortunately for Mina Rashid, who were close on the heels of Gellert, they ended up being not taking advantage of that really close racing that took place at that windward mark, at that top mark. So,
Becky, when you're sailing in SB20, how do you keep switched on at these points? Because it's, I mean, you can see here on boat number 6, it's Gellert. There's lots of communications going on. They have to really keep on their game to get any advantage that they can. How do you keep that enthusiasm and that buzz alive when it's really light and it's tiring?
Honest answer, we have a code word.
Oh, so, really?
Yeah, we have a word that it was actually introduced to me when I raced a long time ago when the SB20s first came into the UAE. We were terrible.
We're not allowed to know the code word, are we?
Yeah, I might divulge that later. No, it's a family show. It's okay. So we actually used to get really distracted, end up chatting, and as the helmet wasn't very good, and we'd end up doing brilliantly for the first leg, and end up chatting and not concentrate. So
it's easily done, isn't it? So that's good to know. So that's what you do, but.
I talk to myself. We just talk to the crew. Yeah, I do talk to myself a lot anyway. No, we talk to the crew, so we're constantly talking, looking for wind, looking for options, where the other boats are, what the other boats are doing to affect us. Is it something that we need to be looking at? Do we need to be, tacking off or jibing off, and or do we need to be following where the rest of the boats are going? Is there some breeze? So as you can see here, I mean, that's a bit of a powerboat wash there as well that was coming through, but again, it's going really super light. Well, I think we're going to be struggling there. And here we go. Oh, what a great view here from track. So we've got the distances between the lead boat and the back boat and the boats coming up. So that's just over. So we've got heading up to the mark. So there's about 75 metres for Sports Boat World to that 1P, which is the top mark. We've still got just under 150 metres for FFV. And they are looking like they're about 59 metres behind. Looks like there on our track. We have Glasgow Kiss have taken it away from FFV, but the telltale is going to be when they tack, where are they going to cross? Is FFV going to take the advantage of being closer up towards the windward mark, or is Glasgow Kiss going to get the call on the starboard call, because they are going to have a right-of-way boat? So that means that their sails are going to be on the left-hand side of the boat, the wind's going to be coming across on the starboard side, on the right-hand side of the boat, and that means that they are going to have right-of-way over anybody on the opposite tack. So it's interesting, even though the light winds, it's not high and fast racing, it's still all changed. So we've had lots of change, apart from Sports Boat World, who have led round every mark so far. The positions further down the fleet have changed quite a lot.
And we're looking here at dosc Youth. They're a great team, aren't they, Becky? And difficult for them because they're still heading downwind, and everyone else is heading upwind. We do have a rule here that once the first boat has crossed the finish line, there is then effectively a 5-minute timer for everyone else to finish. Otherwise, you'll record a DNF, a did not finish, and that is difficult here because there is no discard, no discard allowed here. So you want to keep your scorecard alphabet free.
Absolutely. I think you know what, at the end of the day, they've got to take away with them the experience that this event is going to bring them, sailing in with such high caliber sailors and a different team. We kind of get lulled into this false sense of security. We start to play who we're sailing against. So we start to choose our tactics on that when we're sailing locally. And I think this is quite good because it will give the youth team a real eye-opener as to the different ways of being able to sail that SB20, the different conditions that they'll have. We haven't had this lighter wind. I mean, we've had some light wind days, but we haven't had this lighter wind days for a long time. So it's going to be about decision making. Biggest thing for them, talking to each other, keeping the communication up, even when maybe the results aren't going the way that they would like them to go. So yeah, it's going to be tough, but I think they'll take a lot away from this. And I know that we, as the club here at Dubai Offshore Sailing Club, we are hoping to be able to campaign at least 2 teams to go to the World Championships in 2023, and then be able to have more than that in our home World Championships in 2024. So
that's great, and it's great to have a spread of youths here. And we've got families, we've got our husband and wife teams, and a huge mix of teams here. And yeah, I think it's really important, as you say, for the dosc youth just to have the experience, and they're definitely holding their own. When I was 12, I was in an Optimist. I wasn't in an SP20. You know, it's a big difference to be out here and playing out with the
big boys.
With the big boys.
Yeah. So I mean, we do have here. We're very lucky in the fact that SAF, so the Sailing and Rowing Federation of UAE, is very supportive of the Olympic classes. So we have a very strong Optimist fleet in all of the Emirates. We have laser 4. Sorry, not laser. We have the Ilkas 4, 5, and 6. Oh my goodness me, I'm not doing very well. We have the Ilka classes that are sailing, so they have quite a lot of Asian championships that take place around the GCC, and it's just great to have that exposure. So last week we had a team of Optimists and a team of Ilka sailors head up to Sharjah and participate in the UAE National Championships, which is held and run by the UAE Sailing and Rowing Federation.
And here we see then we've got this boat number 7. This is our dosc youth team. They've just made it down to the bottom gate, and they're going to start heading back upwind to see the rest of the pack. Already round, and very soon, halfway down the downwind leg, we've got Sports Boats World, very, very closely followed in hot pursuit by Glasgow Kiss. So if we just move to the left, the boats on the left-hand side, we'll see that we've got coming down boat number
6, so that's Gellert. So they've just rounded the mark, but our winners are with a blue spinnaker. So we're looking for boat number 8, so that's a green boat number. We should be seeing they're going to be coming from right over from the left-hand side of our screen. So our track has been absolutely fantastic at being able to keep us abreast.
It's amazing in this, isn't it, Becky, when the wind is this light? I mean, this is the first time today we've seen such a big spread. We've got some boats who are soon to finish and some boats who are only just on their first time down the downwind gate. It really is the rich get richer in this type of sailing, because if you just get that puff of breeze and you can maximise it as well as possible, you can really get ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So looks like we've just got the Sports Boat World is just coming across now. Glasgow Kiss, interesting enough, they have carried on a lot further to what we call the starboard ley line if you were looking down the course. So if you have the wind behind you and you are looking down the course, they are neck and neck with Sports Boat World. They have gone from 3rd place at the gate to dead on first. Well, actually by track standards, they are 4 metres ahead of Sports Boat World. We've got some chatter going on the race course, which is good. We need to be looking at our 2 front runners, so that is boat number 8 and boat number 5. So that's the green of boat number 8 and the yellow of boat number 5 here. And unfortunately, we've just lost our live TV screen.
Very
that's
exciting
great.
here.
We've got track going on, and it's going to be close. We've got Sports Boat World have now drive back to onto starboard, so they've now taken it back in front of Glasgow Kiss as we see them coming past what was the gate. They don't have to go through that on our way down towards their finish, and it looks like 24 metres they've taken it back from Glasgow Kiss coming across on port. It doesn't look like they've done enough, but they have got FFV youth team being how they've moved them down into 3rd, so it's quite a distance now between the 1st team and the 3rd team. So looks like there we go. Sports Boat World have taken the win, followed by Glasgow Kiss, and it will be, we're still waiting to see where 3rd is. So that Sports Boat World have finished. We're just waiting for Glasgow Kiss to finish here.
It looks like in 3rd, if we look over to the right-hand screen, we're going to see FFV Youth. They're just jibing, I can see on track just inside dosc Youth, who are heading back upwind. So I think it looks really slow and really tough for the guys. They're just making their mark rounding at the top. where it's gone really super light up there. But FFV are over halfway down. They've got not far to go to the finish. You can see on the right there they are with their light blue spinnaker. They are currently in third place. The boat just to the right of them is Dosc Youth. I am not convinced they're going to finish in time before the timing runs out, but you never say never. Here is Tara, I believe.
Yeah, this is
we're
Team
looking
Tara,
at here. Tara, they are currently in seventh, so they are doing what they can to still get round that upwind mark. I mean, it's so frustrating at this point when you're just manoeuvring and you're trying to do anything to propel the boat forward within the rules. So that's tough, and they're not small on board, are they? You know, it's going to be tough to work as they go through the manoeuvres. And I know that they said they want enough. One of their key to putting a great racing team together is enough weight on the rail. I think they've got enough weight on the rail in this weather, but also having personalities that couldn't be different and working well together. So as they try and finish this race number 5, we're already seeing the shuttle changes over of the teams that have already finished as we get ready for race number 6.
Absolutely. So we've still got a race going on. It's going to be interesting to see between FFV Youth, Gellert and VJ Holland who is going to take that third position. It's going to be very key when it comes to the results later on in the week. So if we can still keep an eye on our live feed onto our racing boats, because there's still some decisions to be made. Here we go. That is boat number 6, Gellert. So that's the red of boat number 6 we need to be seeing there.
I think FFV are just about to cross the finish line. I think I think they've done it, and that's what their aim was. They want to finish top 3. They want to have good, consistent results. They did it well earlier on this afternoon. So just looking at the race line, we should be able to see them. FFV Youth are on boat number 1, which is the blue sail. I think that might be them there.
Just finishing.
Just finishing.
We're looking now at the moment at the boats shuttling over, changing teams and everything. That's a great look. But we've still got boats racing, so it's still quite important for us to get those guys. We're looking at in 4th at the moment on track. We've got VJ Holland. Gellert is sitting in 5th, but it's going to be anything to play for because they've still got to calm down. We've got Gellert just done a jibe there, and they are looking to take the very edge of the finish line. So we are looking at boat number 6 with the red top, and we've got VJ Holland in the purple on boat number 4. They have just jibed onto port, so they have chosen.
They've got a good bit of breeze there.
Yeah,
they've got something coming, and it's really important they do. I think the first boat finished probably just over 3 minutes ago now, so we've got 2 minutes until everyone else has to finish. I'm not worried at all about VJ Holland coming through because they've got the one tiny bit of breeze that's on the race course. Coming down here, you can see boat number 6 is Gellert, followed by boat number 4, which is Tara, and then obviously still fighting their way upwind is Dosc Youth. So those 3 boats have got a lot to do to be able to finish in time. Back at the finish line, and here we can see
boat number 6.
Boat number 6.
Clinch that position. Looks like they have got it from VJ Holland. Have they managed to clinch it?
Looks just like they. You can see it's so close. They're wondering it as well.
It's going to be very close. We're not sure who managed to get that finish. We're going to have to wait and see.
That was close. That was very respectable in that light breeze. They fought right to the end, and they looks like there's relief on the faces. That was. I'm sure they're saying each other, good race.
Yeah, so as you can see, we've got everybody is wearing a buoyancy aid, which is going to make it quite tough when you're a crew member because it is warm. So it's going to be a lot about rehydrating now, getting themselves ready for the next racing. So we can just see there on Yala Shamal, we have got Johnny Blackburn there, who is the skipper. He doesn't drive. His wife Rachel drives, so she's there with the helm. And then we've got Chris Laborde, and we have Jemima. So Jemima,
good on Jemima.
Jemima has just had a baby 6.5 weeks ago, and she is back racing.
Supermum.
Supermum. She was already planning a recovery and ability to get back on the boat. So they will be swapping out during the week because they have a youth female that will jump on board.
I love
Saturday
that
Sunday.
She's been planning her recovery around this regatta. That is excellent commitment. But the baby's been here. She's it's very impressive. But And so Sue, she's got someone else on. There's someone else on board over the weekend.
Stop over the weekend. So we still got a few boats racing. So we've got boat number 3.
I've got a feeling. I've got a feeling we're timed out now. So I think that's going to be a DNF for 3 boats. We'll have that confirmed later. It's a real shame. So Mina, Rashid, Tara, and Dosc Youth, I believe, are going to get DNF. Not through any fault of their own. It's just literally a timing thing. When the first boat crosses the line, the 5-minute timer sets off, and that is how long you've got for all the boats to finish for you to get a position.
So I think, Helen, we're going to just take a very short couple of minute break while we listen in and see what the race committee have going on, so we can report back to you. So again, welcome to the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta 2022, and we couldn't do it without our title sponsor, Dubai Duty Free, and I believe we're going to have a very short message from them.
We are CSM Live, delivering branding, signage, wayfinding, experiential, and a whole lot more since 1947. Made up of some of the world's most experienced event professionals working across sport, entertainment, and retail. We pride ourselves on having a portfolio of the world's most prestigious brands, rights holders, and venues. From London 2012, RHS, Ryder Cup to Expo and Burberry, the list goes on. For us, our clients are the centre of everything we do, which is why we continue to build campaigns with them year after year, some of which are after 35 years. We pride ourselves on guaranteeing quality each and every time, which is why we have our CSM Live Mark of Assurance. Our 360 turnkey approach allows us to manage and implement all aspects of a campaign, be it look and feel, production, design, installation, and of course, sustainability, which runs through the heart of everything we do. Based across the globe, our CSM Live family ensures no matter where you are based, we are able to bring your campaign, activation, or event to life. We are CSM Live, delivering branding, signage, wayfinding, experiential, and a whole lot more since 1947. Made up of some of the world's most experienced event professionals working across sport, entertainment and retail. We pride ourselves on having a portfolio of the world's most prestigious brands, rights holders and venues. From London 2012, RHS, Ryder Cup to Expo and Burberry, the list goes on. For us, our clients are the centre of everything we do, which is why we continue to build campaigns with them year after year, some of which are after 35 years. We pride ourselves on guaranteeing quality each and every time, which is why we have our CSM Live Mark of Assurance. Our 360 turnkey approach allows us to manage and implement all aspects of a campaign, be it look and feel, production, design, installation, and of course, sustainability, which runs through the heart of everything we do. Based across the globe, our CSM Live family ensures no matter where you are based, we are able to bring your campaign, activation, or event to life. We are CSM Live, delivering branding, signage, wayfinding, experiential, and a whole lot more since 1947. Made up of some of the world's most experienced event professionals working across sport, entertainment, and retail. We pride ourselves on having a portfolio of the world's most prestigious brands, rights holders, and venues. From London 2012, RHS, Ryder Cup to Expo and Burberry, the list goes on. For us, our clients are the centre of everything we do, which is why we continue to build campaigns with them year after year, some of which are after 35 years. We pride ourselves on guaranteeing quality each and every time, which is why we have our CSM Live Mark of Assurance. Our 360 turnkey approach allows us to manage and implement all aspects of a campaign, be it look and feel, production, design, installation, and of course, sustainability, which runs through the heart of everything we do. Based across the globe, our CSM Live family ensures no matter where you are based, we are able to bring your campaign, activation, or event to life. We are CSM Live, delivering branding, signage, wayfinding, experiential, and a whole lot more since 1947. We are CSM Live, delivering branding, signage, wayfinding, experiential, and a whole lot more since 1947. Made up of some of the world's most experienced event professionals working across sport, entertainment, and retail. We pride ourselves on having a portfolio of the world's most prestigious brands, rights holders, and venues. From London 2012, RHS, Ryder Cup to Expo and Burberry, the list goes on. For us, our clients are the centre of everything we do, which is why we continue to build campaigns with them year after year, some of which are after 35 years. We pride ourselves on guaranteeing quality each and every time, which is why we have our CSM Live Mark of Assurance. Our 360 turnkey approach allows us to manage and implement all aspects of a campaign, be it look and feel, production, design, installation, and of course, sustainability, which runs through the heart of everything we do. Based across the globe, our CSM Live family ensures no matter where you are based, we are able to bring your campaign, activation, or event to life.
And we are getting into the start of the our next race, which will be race number 6. We are in the countdown, so hopefully we'll be able to go live to the water and see the race committee vote. So we just saw the 3-minute flag come down and the 2-minute flag go up. So Helen, who have we got in race number 6?
We are in flight 2, and it's the final set of boats that are going to be racing for the race 6 here. So we have Yala Shamal in boat 1. Boat 1 has a blue triangle at the top to help recognise it, and that is a local team, isn't it, Yala Shamal? We have Rachel Blackburn at the helm with husband Johnny Blackburn, and also we have Jemima McDonald on board.
And Chris Laborde is their 4th, yeah. So boat number 2?
And boat number 2, I spoke to them earlier, Flying Sharks representing India. It's really interesting talking to them. They're really happy to be here. They're absolutely loving it. They've got quite a lot of sailing experience on board between them, particularly in the 49ers, the 49er FX, and now the Nacra. 2 of them are sailing the Nacra, which of course is a mixed boat. As we see here, look, Becky, it's looking like we've got a little bit of breeze.
Yeah, we're on to our 1 minute. We're within the 1 minute of the start, so we've got boats 3. We've got jamming there, boat number 1, Yala Shamal, and we've just had 7 there, which is Wolfhounds tack underneath everybody. So we've got boat number 2 of Flying Sharks. We've got boat number 4 of Shades, another local team. Boat number 8, which is our Jeddah Yacht Club, and we should have seen boat number 6 somewhere coming in there on port by the looks of it for our Musketeers team. So here we go as we get ready to go for that start. I would say that is the go. Looking as we zoom in on boat number 5, Desert Eagle snuck in there. I think they did a sneaky little tack on the pin, and we've just had boat number 7, Wolfhounds, tack off onto port. So they chose to come in on starboard and then tack off on port. So we've got boat 5, boat 3, and boat 1. So boat 1 being Yala Shamal, boat 5 Desert Eagle, and boat number 3 jamming. So here we go. Oh, we had a little bit of a tight run going on there with boats 7 and 8. So that's Wolfhounds and JYC. Unfortunately, it looks like Wolfhounds don't have much speed. JYC definitely had more speed climbing over the top. Boat number 2, Flying Sharks, had to move away, so they had to turn off and go in the opposite direction. They were getting squeezed out, and by the looks of it, boat number 6, that's Musketeers, from Oman.
They are off right up the middle. Totally clean wind, and you can see as this is slightly stronger breeze was what we've been after, that build that we've been finally waiting for, and they are certainly making huge gains as Musketeer goes straight up the middle. Of course, they're currently on port, so if all being well, they'll just have 1 tack until they get to the windward mark at the top. Now, interestingly, we have Desert Eagle. They've banged the corner. They've got the yellow top of the sail on the left of the screen as you look at them. They are currently leading the whole event. Very early days to be talking about like that, but obviously they are going to be aware of that as we are closing down the this is the last race in Flight 2.
So we just saw there boat number 1, Yellow Shamal, ahead of boat number 8. So we're talking about that dirty air. So boat number 1 is sailing a lot higher, so a lot closer to the wind than Jeddah. Jeddah there, you can see in the green T-shirts with the 2 female crew and 2 male crew from Jeddah Yacht Club. They weren't sailing as high, so just not being able to point as close to the wind as boat number 1. Now that could be that the boat is definitely just flying a bit higher, a bit faster, sailing a bit higher and faster, and boat number 8, they're choosing to go slightly off the wind. You can see there, right? And boat number 6, so that is Musketeers. They have definitely got the win at the moment with coming across on starboard across everybody's bow, so that's the front of their boat. They've managed to clear themselves in front of everybody. I think they have gone for that ley line. I think they might have overstood it a little bit.
They've really gone far, and now there's going to be some issues as we come into the windward
we look
mark.
at the top mark, that'd be really good. We're going to be looking at a triangular mark there. So we've just seen boat number 4, slow little tack from boat number 4, but we definitely need to be seeing the action that's taking place
right
at
at
the
top.
windward mark.
There
Here we go. This is what we need to see. Okay, we've got a red flag. We're just waiting to hear what happens with the
It looked to me
incident.
like from track we had Desert Eagle going round in first, but whether there wasn't enough room. Oh no, they've got an hour. They've got the hourglass on.
They've got that hour. So who's going to have to do it? Okay, that looks like boat number
3 jamming.
Yeah, that is John Marco is having to take a penalty, not taking the kite down. I wouldn't have done the penalty there. That is an interesting place to have done the penalty.
It's getting very busy up there.
And here's Yellow Shamal, boat number 1, going on the inside to boat number 2, Flying Shark. So they're going to have a little tussle. We've got a as we go back to the live feed. Here we go. No, here we go. Desert Eagle, spinnaker down.
I thought that when I was looking at track, I could see that they were coming in on port, and they looked like they really tried to sneak in there, and they didn't have the rights to do so as the other boats were coming in. Definitely one was coming in on starboard, Musketeers. So I imagine that's where the problem came.
Yeah, it's a bit close when you're trying to shoehorn yourself in there. You can't drive a Bentley into a gap for a Mini. It's definitely never going to go work there.
And it looked like to me at the top there it was jamming that looked like they were having difficulty with getting any breeze in their spinnaker, which is going to cost you, particularly as we've got some nice breeze here as we look now at boat number 5, Desert Eagle. So they have they've done their penalty, and now they're looking to get back ahead. They haven't lost huge amounts. They're still in second behind Musketeers, and this is a nice shot as they're all coming downwind. As we see over here, we've got Flying Sharks.
Boat number 2, we've got Shades in boat number 4, and jibing at the same time we have, I can't recognise that face, that's Shades there with Patrick on 4-8, JYC, so Jeddah Yacht Club. This is going to be a nice close race between 2, 7 and 4. Look at that as they're all lining up. At the moment, we have, that was Flying Sharks. If we can pan back out, Flying Sharks are going to have the upper hand. But they are all on port. So JYC need to get their spinnaker set. They need to get themselves accelerating off. And here we go.
Got Musketeers rounding that downwind gate in first, with Desert Eagle just behind. And then as you can see, there's a pack. And if you look to the right-hand side, Wolfhounds there. Sorry, beg your pardon.
Yellow Shamal.
Yellow Shamal. They've chosen a very different route to everyone else, but as always we see what happens when the fleet comes back together. But they look like they're having a very good downwind leg there. But it's Musketeers in first place, with Desert Eagle just coming round to take second. They've chosen different downwind buoys to go past as
not
we're
much
looking
in it.
at
Here we
Musketeers.
go. Okay, we've got 2. So this is Flying Sharks making a decision. They're going to have to make a decision. They were on port, and we're now going to miss the action there. Here we go. Now they've got to get that spinnaker down, and we're going to go round the mark. So that is sneaking in there was boat number 3, jamming. He still had his pole up. I'm not sure he's allowed to do that. He obviously had that overlap. There we go. That's a zoom in on Wolfhound. So nice and calm on board. That's always good. Number 3, so that is jamming, have headed off. They're struggling with that baton at the top now. They've popped it out. We've got 2 and 7. We're also having a little tussle. So Flying Sharks and Wolfhounds having a tussle. Wonder if the umpires have anything to say. Oh, there's a no flag. That was just Roger holding the.
I think he just popped his arm in the air.
You did it.
Just to
That
get
was
you.
a shame. Just in case. I was waiting for a flag to pop up there or a whistle.
And
so.
this is Wolfhounds now, as they're just just to come around the bottom mark. Now, boat number 3 is jamming. They're currently in 3rd place. They've got some pretty clean air because Musketeers have gone up the left and they're well ahead. But on the other side of the track is Desert Eagle. They're nearly at ley line, Desert Eagle, so they could. I don't think they're going to threaten Musketeers for the lead on this first leg, but they are just at their ley line, so we're going to be seeing them tacking off very soon. There we are.
8 and 4, so that is Jeddah Yacht Club and Shades. They are very close. So we've got Jeddah Yacht Club sitting just on top of Shades there, and we had Yala Shamal have powered through, so they've got a really good line at the moment. So this is a good ley line for them, for Yala Shamal. Can Desert Eagle on boat number 5, can they keep in that 2nd place? They didn't lose too much on doing that penalty, but we've got Jamin coming from the left-hand side, and Flying Sharks have chosen to go the same way as Jamming, and John Marco on board. So there we go, Musketeers going round the top mark. It'd be good to see some boat on boat, whether there's anybody close. There we go, Jemima looking out the boat, making sure she's calling for that breeze for Rachel, and as we head off for a tack through to them. So that is JYC just tacking there on the boat and number 8 as they've tacked off. So Musketeers clear ahead, lots of breeze. We don't need to worry about them unless they drop that spinnaker in the line and catch a very large fish. I'm not sure that they're going to lose that first place. And then we've got Desert Eagle have managed to keep themselves in front there with the fashion of that white spinnaker.
So as you can see, the white spinnaker now, as we're looking on this boat here, bow number 6. So this is Musketeers with Mike Hart at the skipper and his wife on board as well, Sally Hart, and they also have Chris Hukin. They came 8th in last year's event, and it's the only time all of them have ever sailed together. So they obviously gel very well as a team. And individually, they've won the Flying 15 Worlds and a few national titles. Huge experience on that boat, which is definitely showing today. They think the key to putting a good race team together is communication.
Okay,
and just
so
behind us, Desert Eagle.
Sorry, Helen, there, interrupting you. So yeah, Desert Eagle have managed to retain. Obviously, they've got a lot of high caliber sailors on board, and we've got Jamin following up with John Marco, the Italian team, with the extensive experience on the J70s and the RS21s. They were 3rd in DDF on 2021 after, unfortunately, they sailed to the wrong top mark. So this is Jeddah Yacht Club coming around here. So there we go. That's the bow lady of Samia pulling up that spinning halyard. They need to get that pole out and tack line ready, and they need to get that spinnaker set with 4 shades
hot on their tail there.
Hot on their tail. Here we go. Boat number 6 taking the win by the looks of it.
And Flying Sharks coming round just behind. So that's 7th place. We've still got one more boat to come around, which is Wolfhounds. But now we are back looking at Musketeers, who have had a great race as they cross the finish line here to take the win for the 6th race of the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta 2022, and that is the final race of Flight 2 here today. So we now know, once everyone's finished on this race, that everyone here has had 2 races on their scorecard today.
And we should just see there, they've just got into the shade. That's boat number 3, so that's Jamming coming down. So let's keep an eye on these 2 blue spinnakers and the white spinnaker. That's going to be a race for those positions and being able to see where there's going to be some tactical decisions, because we've got Yala Shamal out there to the right-hand side of the course. But these 4 boats are going to be interesting to look at with 8 and 4. So we've got a first jibe of, I presume that was Jeddah Yacht Club about to jibe there, and yeah, and we can screen out and see what we've got. Oh, they've got a little bit, they haven't quite got that spinnaker around in time. Shades are going to be pushing them down.
But if we can very, very quickly look to track, sorry to interrupt you, Becky, we can see that on the right-hand side, Yala Shamal have done what they did on the first downwind leg, and they went, as we look up the screen, to the right, and they have really, really made some great gains, because I think they're going to be coming into 4th. Crossing the finish line right now is Jamming with Yala Shamal just behind. But yes, very close for the second half of the pack.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to count when it comes to the consistency further on. So that looks like Yala Shamal taking that 4th position, and then we have Jeddah Yacht Club and Shades are going to be battling out. So we need to keep watching these 3 boats here as they're coming down. So whether Shades and Jeddah Yacht Club are going to be able to change positions, whether they're going to keep on. That's boat number 4 there of Shades powering through, and we don't need to be watching yet our teams that are coming onto the boats. They're not getting ready yet. We need to be watching these guys finishing.
Here we have JYC. I think they are just about to take 6th place, because it looks like Flying Sharks haven't given themselves quite enough room to not have to do another manoeuvre to come through the finish line. It would be great if we could see the finish line, as we've got 2 boats just crossing now, JYC and Flying Sharks. Really close, actually. No, Flying Sharks just took it. I think they've just taken it right on the finish line between Flying Sharks and JYC. There we go. So I think I was thinking, I couldn't see the screen, but I thought Flying Sharks had overcooked it a bit, but they've just snuck in. So that was really, really respectable, that downwind leg. A real close fight.
And they're just coming round the end of our tent here. It's a great view. I think tomorrow, Helen, I'm going to be taking down these banners so we can see what's going on the water.
But as long as we keep the shade up.
Yeah, no, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. No, well, great racing for that race number 6. So we are now heading into race number 3. Looks like we're going to flight number 3. Any update from our race committee as to whether we're running into another race? Here we go. So we had boat number 5 and boat number 3 were both on starboard and not giving room at the
two of them. I think that was, who was at boat number 5 and 3?
Jamming and Desert Eagle, exactly what we said had taken place. So thank you.
It all got a little close for comfort up at the top there. I think it was a bit close for that sort of carry on board. It was a bit Scooby-Doo like.
Yeah. So let's remember that now it's starting to drop. That heat is going out of the sunshine there, Helen, and we are looking like it's going to be some sweater weather later on. I'm really hoping I can put my Christmas jumper on shortly. So
honestly, you've been in Dubai too long. This is sweltering weather.
All right. So let's have a look as we do start to change the boats over. We're going to keep on sailing, which is really good. So hitting flight number 3. Let's have a look at who is in our boats this time through, Helen.
Well, easier for us, Becky. Boat number 1 remains Yala Shamal. They're staying on. So as we open up flight number 3, race number 7, Yala Shamal is going to be in boat number 1. Boat number 2, we have dosc Youth. Obviously, in the last race they sailed. Unfortunately, they didn't quite get to the finish in time before they received did not finish. So I'm sure with a little bit beyond breeze, they'll be definitely looking for a race result finish. Boat 3, we have Impy. Boat 4, we have Ragged Edge. Boat 5, Annabelle is back out with us. Boat 6, we have Glasgow Kiss, last year's winners. Boat 7, we have dosc Women on Water, and boat 8, JYC, who were in the same boat as they were for race 6. So, Becky, we have dosc Youth and dosc Women on Water, who I know are very important to you, and you have a big influential role with them, with getting the women out on the water and also the dosc Youth here. So 2 of them, who are you rooting for?
Well, it's going to be tricky. I'm going to give it to this time. I'm going to say the dosc Youth team. Let's see where they go with young Leonie on the helm and a skipper. She's definitely going to be a force to reckon with over the next few years as she keeps going. Something that she's going to enjoy.
Well, as the boats are just swapping over here, we are just going to take a very short break before we head out to watch race number 7.
Live, delivering branding, signage, wayfinding, experiential, and a whole lot more since 1947. Made up of some of the world's most experienced event professionals working across sport, entertainment and retail. We pride ourselves on having a portfolio of the world's most prestigious brands, rights holders and venues. From London 2012, RHS, Ryder Cup to Expo and Burberry, the list goes on. For us, our clients are the centre of everything we do, which is why we continue to build campaigns with them year after year, some of which are after 35 years. We pride ourselves on guaranteeing quality each and every time, which is why we have our CSM Live Mark of Assurance. Our 360 turnkey approach allows us to manage and implement all aspects of a campaign, be it look and feel, production, design, installation, and of course, sustainability, which runs through the heart of everything we do. Based across the globe, our CSM Live family ensures no matter where you are based, we are able to bring your campaign, activation, or event to life. We are CSM Live, delivering branding, signage, wayfinding, experiential, and a whole lot more since 1947. Made up of some of the world's most experienced event professionals working across sport, entertainment, and retail. We pride ourselves on having a portfolio of the world's most prestigious brands, rights holders, and venues. From London 2012, RHS, Ryder Cup to Expo and Burberry, the list goes on. For us, our clients are the centre of everything we do, which is why we continue to build campaigns with them year after year, some of which are after 35 years. We pride ourselves on guaranteeing quality each and every time, which is why we have our CSM Live Mark of Assurance. Our 360 turnkey approach allows us to manage and implement all aspects of a campaign, be it look and feel, production, design, installation, and of course, sustainability, which runs through the heart of everything we do. Based across the globe, our CSM Live family ensures no matter where you are based, we are able to bring your campaign, activation, or event to life. We are CSM Live, delivering branding, signage, wayfinding, experiential, and a whole lot more since 1947. Made up of some of the world's most experienced event professionals working across sport, entertainment, and retail. We pride ourselves on having a portfolio of the world's most prestigious brands, rights holders, and venues. From London 2012, RHS, Ryder Cup to Expo and Burberry, the list goes on. For us, our clients are the centre of everything we do, which is why we continue to build campaigns with them year after year, some of which are after 35 years. We pride ourselves on guaranteeing quality each and every time, which is why we have our CSM Live Mark of Assurance. Our 360 turnkey.
Okay, here we are live. Gone over to you, Helen.
Yeah, we are live in Flight 3, Race 7, who's just got underway. Let's go straight back out to the live pictures so we can see the racing, because that is what we want to be looking at. So I will have a look on track. Can we have a look at the live racing out on the water? Becky, what can you see from where you are?
Yeah, I've just moved myself over to the end of the breakwater here, and we just saw a great start. Everybody was lined up nicely. We had some good speed from boat number 3, boat number 2 and 6. We've just seen boat number 2 tack off onto port to get clean air away from boat number 3. Unfortunately, at the very beginning, the dosc.ae team on boat number 7, they got caught, so they ended up having to go round the back. over onto port with, but we've still got boat 1, that's Yala Shamal, are trucking through on starboard with 4 and 7.
It's looking really good, Becky, for Annabelle and Glasgow Kiss. Annabelle is out in first place. They are sort of towards the right-hand side of our picture. Annabelle is boat number 5, which is yellow. So you can just see on the right-hand side there, they are currently leading with Impy, who is in boat number 3, just behind them. But they are on a very different part of the course, so it's only when they get back to the top mark that we see who is going to be out in first. But at the moment, Annabelle have had a looks like they had a great start and really pushed themselves out in front.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting because they only a couple of boats stayed on that starboard tack, Helen, low down. I wonder whether they thought there was going to be a little bit more breeze over on the left-hand side of the course, but it obviously hasn't come through. I'm just going to rotate my screen so we're a little bit more related. But they're all heading back now on port tack, so there's not going to be any crosses at the moment. I wonder whether any incidents will happen at the top mark, a bit like going around Cape Horn, I believe, probably with all those boats.
Hopefully you don't want any incidents happening at Cape Horn. That's pretty scary times. But here we've got boat number 5 there, Annabelle. They are crossing ahead. They've gone over the ley line, but I think they might have just gone slightly over them to give themselves a little bit of wiggle room, a little bit of ability to bear away and keep some speed as they head to that top mark. However, Impy, who we're going to start see coming into the screen, Impy and Glasgow Kiss are just going to come in on port. Whether they've got enough time, if we could have a look at the windward mark, and we'll see Impy, which is in boat number 3. There they go, just round the windward mark. So they have snuck in. They have snuck in before Annabelle, even though Annabelle was in starboard. So well played. But Glasgow Kiss, to me, looks like they're having to go behind Annabelle. So yes, we've got first place Impy, followed by Annabelle, and then Glasgow Kiss, who came in on port. Obviously, starboard has right of way.
Coming in on port as well. Are they going to get round and hold their position? That is fantastic. And we've got 3 boats coming in there on the starboard ley line, Helen, as well. Can you see them on track?
Yeah, we've got Ragged Edge, Dosc Youth, and JYC. So that has been really interesting to see. Sometimes it really paid just to sneak in on port there. You've got to be really committed when you're sailing on these courses, and they're really short. You know, every decision can really make some gains or losses. So
yeah, unfortunately we've got that dark spinnaker, Helen, there on the left-hand side that has got a wine glass. So is that our race leaders there struggling to get their spinnaker sorted?
That is, no, Dosc Youth, they're not our race leaders. We've still got our race leaders. Glasgow Kiss are our race leaders.
Okay. We're now looking like we've got a good rack up there of the boats coming down to leeward, to the gate. Looks like they're going to stay on that starboard ley line. The breeze, definitely, with the sun setting and the temperature dropping, has definitely got that sea breeze, has managed to come in, and it's just propelling the boats down. Hopefully the boats on the windward side on that windward side will be able to keep the gaps nice and closed. Right, here we go. That's boat number 6 jibing. So that looks like Glasgow Kiss. Am I right there?
Yeah, sorry, when you were saying, I think you were right that Impy, who was our race leader, were having difficulties. I couldn't quite see from where I was. So I think something's happened because they had to go right off to the left. But here we go. We've got it really close. This is some of the closest racing we've had. If we could just come out a little bit, there you go. We've got Glasgow Kiss just pulling out in front. They're just using all the wind they can have in their spinnaker there, followed very closely by Annabelle.
It'll be interesting to see who our next jiber is that's going to go across. So I think that was probably Yala Shamal taking a jibe there. Is that correct? On boat number 1. And that light is brilliant at the moment, but it's just making these bow numbers a bit difficult yet. So boat number 1, Yala Shamal, and boat number 4, Ragged Edge, jibing at the same time. So bit of speed there for Yala Shamal. They've managed to keep themselves moving past Ragged Edge. We've just unfortunately lost that speed through the jibe, and here it comes back. They need to sort sort that mainsail out, get that batten sorted at the top, and it'll get them accelerating again. So we've got a split fleet down between the two winners. We've got Glasgow Kiss there, have dropped their spinnaker, and they have chosen left-hand side of the left-hand side of the course and the left-hand side of Mark. We've got Annabelle, who have done a windward drop, and they've chosen the right-hand side of the course, and they are heading off to the right-hand side.
I think they're sticking to their guns. I think they're doing very much what they did on their first upwind. Glasgow Kiss came in on port and did really well, but Annabelle did stick out to the right to have that starboard advantage. So obviously there's an element of doing your own race versus sailing against everyone else.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've also had Yala Shamal choose to go out there to the right-hand side of the course. We've now got 4 boats coming in at the same time. This is going to be interesting. Umpires need to be switched on because we've got 1 boat on starboard who has rights. Okay, we've had boat A, JYC, have jibe. They're going to have to get that kite down. Boat number 3, Impy, have snuck in there and managed to take advantage of the inside line there. And here we go. We're just looking at the track now and seeing their information coming up. But that was going to be a nice close rounding there. We'll listen out to see whether we've got any information as to whether anything's happened with the race committee. So here we go. This is going to be interesting. Who is going to take advantage of this position? So we've got boat number 3. They're going to choose to tack. That's interesting. They obviously were being pushed over by JYC. We've got boat number 2. That's the dosc youth team, who are doing fantastically well in this race, have managed to overhaul JYC. They are to windward of them. They have managed to keep the speed moving. We've got JYC are obviously having problems. They've still got their spinnaker. Let's have a look at this tack. Look at those guys go. Keep their heads up. And they're going to go for a roll tack, keeping their weight down to leeward, and they're all going to move across at the same time. Well done. Just not enough weight to roll it hard enough, but they're still getting that breeze. Seems to have dropped a little bit. But who's that we can see up
looking back at the top? I think that is Glasgow Kiss. Now, as you remember, when they came round the bottom gate, Glasgow Kiss and Annabelle decided to go to different sides of the course. It is so close. I think there's about 12 metres in it. Annabelle have now tacked. They've gone exactly like they did last time, a little bit over ley line to give themselves a bit of wiggle room so that they can bear away slightly if they need to have a bit more power. But Glasgow Kiss are sticking to their guns. They are heading in on port. You can see them just going up to the left-hand side of our screen there as they head to the windward mark. Glasgow Kiss are ahead now, and I think they're going to be able to get ahead and be able to tack in time before they have any issues with Annabelle. So I think it's going to be Glasgow Kiss, Annabelle when we get to the top mark.
Okay, so as hopefully the camera angle is going to pan round to the left, so we're going to keep the windward mark in view of as they're going to be crossing, and we're going to have Annabelle and Glasgow Kiss over there to the left-hand side of our screen. As we're going to see who's going to be going around the top mark as first.
So I can see Glasgow Kiss, obviously they completed their tack well before Annabelle got there. So now it's a case of whether they can get enough speed out of that tack without Annabelle coming in nice and quickly, who've been on their starboard tack for quite some time. It's obviously clear that Glasgow Kiss are going to get round ahead. Oh, look, Annabelle are going to have to tack again. Do you think they don't think they're going to make that mark?
I think there's probably a little bit of tide up there, and they just tacked a little bit too early, and they were getting pushed back.
And Glasgow Kiss have made that. Look, they went far enough. So now
I think they were getting affected by a little bit of dirty air. I know they weren't very close, but I think they just had a little bit of an effect on that race.
And here we have Yala Shamal, the blue sail just behind Annabelle. They're coming in. They're coming in nice and fast, so it's going to be quite close as we're looking at Glasgow Kiss there. But here we go. Yellow 5 is Annabelle with the blue. At the top of the sail is Yala Shamal. So that's really impressive upwind leg from them, and they are just in 3rd place at the moment.
They've done really great at getting that speed going. Jemima is a wizard on the bow of that boat, talking where the breeze is, where they're managing to get themselves into advantage position. So here we go. There's a lovely hoist. Just got to get that spinnaker around. They've got the sheet caught. Come on, get it down, guys. Brilliant. So can they accelerate on to our Annabelle team there and close the gap? Helen, how much distance is there between them now?
Between Annabelle and Yala Shamal?
About 30 metres.
30 metres.
So yeah, by the looks of it. So we've got a little bit more steady breeze, just holding. I mean, it's not much, but there's something there. We can see the boat speed's gone up. Yala Shamal is carrying about 5 knots of boat speed. We've got JB there, is trimming the spinnaker. We're going to have Rachel is on the main, and then we'll have Jemima and Chris looking for that breeze, looking for options. Ragged Edge rigging in the background there, boat number 4, and coming round boat number 3, Impey. So we've got 3 local teams chasing 3rd, 4th and 5th position. Can our Yala Shamal overtake our first international team of boat number 5 on Annabelle? I think Desert Eagle Glasgow Kiss are away on for the win. What do you think?
Slightly for, yeah, Glasgow Kiss looked like they were doing really well. And just at the top of the picture there, number 2 is dosc Youth, just ahead of dosc Women on Water. That's how you called it, Becky. I know they both mean a lot to you, but you wanted to see your youth have a nice boost today.
Yeah, I think they've had a tough couple of races, but this is good to see them getting back into the groove. They're doing great. I think they, you know, sometimes you just need a couple of races and then you're in there. It's not ideal. You don't want to be carrying those points, but
look, this is a great angle to see crew work here. Look at the focus on Annabelle there, of one of the crew there, just trimming that spinnaker. Very gentle. Look, she's not taking her eyes off it, keeping her eyes on the edge, making sure she keeps it trimmed perfectly. Because if you look at the position, they are ahead, but with Yala Shamal right behind them, what they're doing is they're trying to keep their speed, but also steal a bit of their wind. It's a tough game out there. Look, jibing exactly the same time as each other, so the crews would have been looking at each other and communicating back with their team the second to manoeuvre, because this is a real battle here for 2nd place. Glasgow Kiss are about to cross the finish line. So first has gone, so now the battle is for 2nd place.
Yeah, and interesting enough, we had Impey chose to jibe off earlier, so turn the stern of their boat earlier and go for that starboard line, so go across the other side of the course and try and get themselves a position where they're going to come in on starboard, and potentially that means that they have the rights and they're going to be able to affect boat number 5 and boat number 1. But I'm not sure. Here we go. This is Annabelle just jipping for the finish line. Well done. Yala Shamal the same. So Impey didn't manage to make the decision soon enough to impact. Unfortunately, they are going to be racing against dosc Youth and dosc Women on the Water to see whether they can take a position here. So let's keep our eyes open as to where dosc Youth, Ragged Edge rigging came in.
Well, here's that wide shot you were after, Becky, because the dark blue spinnaker's on the left-hand, right-hand side of the screen. So the right is Impey and the left is dosc Youth, but they are being very much challenged behind by dosc Women on Water. I could see that they were definitely following the jibing of dosc Youth to try. There we go. We can just see now as we're looking at the finish line. Is that coming through the finish?
That's Ragged Edge rigging coming in on this one. The finish. Here we go. Dosc Youth and dosc Women on Water are racing down to
I think dosc Youth are going to have it. They're working hard there. They're trying to get any little bit of breeze out of their sail. They've still got quite a way to go. And look,
Impey's there.
Wow, have got a little bit of speed. I think they're closing the gap there. There's not much between them. Here's transfer happening for the next race. But look, so Impey have gone through. Oh, it looks pretty good for dosc Youth there.
Well done, Impey. We're going to keep on looking at the boats that are racing. That would be amazing. We've still got 3 more positions to go. So our boats that are racing, we've got dosc Youth on boat number 7, and we have our Women on Water on boat number 7, and our dosc Youth on boat number 2. This is what we want to be watching. Who is going to take that finish line position? Is it going to be the Youth, or is it going to be Wow? Let's see. And now don't forget, Charlotte, who is helming the Wow team, is actually also one of our key star youth sailors. So she stepped over onto the Wow team so we can get a zoom out and see, did they clinch that finish? Yes, they did. Well done
Very
to the
close.
dosc youth team, and well done to the WOW team for taking that position there with our youth helm of Charlotte on board. So well done to both teams there. And I think, unfortunately, out the back there, I think JYC just got caught out a little bit on some of the manoeuvres out there. So we're just going to take a 2-minute break as we wait for race number 8. As we looks like the message from the race committee at the moment is they are going to try and run that next race. So we're just going to take a very short 2-minute break as we go into the next race.
are CSM Live, delivering branding, signage, wayfinding, experiential, and a whole lot more since 1947. Made up of some of the world's most experienced event professionals working across sport, entertainment, and retail. We pride ourselves on having a portfolio of the world's most prestigious brands, rights holders, and venues. From London 2012, RHS, Ryder Cup to Expo and Burberry, the list goes on. For us, our clients are the centre of everything we do, which is why we continue to build campaigns with them year after year, some of which are after 35 years. We pride ourselves on guaranteeing quality each and every time, which is why we have our CSM Live Mark of Assurance. Our 360 turnkey approach allows us to manage and implement all aspects of a campaign, be it look and feel, production, design, installation, and of course, sustainability, which runs through the heart of everything we do. Based across the globe, our CSM Live family ensures no matter where you are based, we are able to bring your campaign, activation, or event to life. We are CSM Live, delivering branding, signage, wayfinding, experiential, and a whole lot more since 1947. Made up of some of the world's most experienced event professionals working across sport, entertainment, and retail. We pride ourselves on having a portfolio of the world's most prestigious brands, rights holders, and venues. From London 2012, RHS, Ryder Cup to Expo and Burberry, the list goes on. For us, our clients are the centre of everything we do, which is why we continue to build campaigns with them year after year, some of which are after 35 years. We pride ourselves on guaranteeing quality each and every time, which is why we have our CSM Live Mark of Assurance. Our 360 turnkey approach allows us to manage and implement all aspects of a campaign, be it look and feel, production, design, installation, and of course, sustainability, which runs through the heart of everything we do. Based across the globe, our CSM Live family ensures no matter where you are based, we are able to bring your campaign, activation, or event to life.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, of course.
Oh, we're back. I hope we've got vocals on. We're just having a big old discussion about what's happened when the sunset goes down. We've got some beautiful swimmers there, and there we are on camera. Hello. Wow, they do like to keep us on their toes here. But we are in to probably our final race of the day. So we've got a great source of information to our right who's transmitting all of the information that's coming from the race committee.
We might get a 9th race in. We're going to see how we go, but definitely 8. So we're in flight 3. We're at the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta 2022. We've had some lovely races today. We had a little pause halfway through and the wind wasn't working on our side, but we've persevered and carried on, and we are about to go into race 8.
So race number 8, we're in the sequence. I can just see round the corner, sorry, see me leaning to the right-hand side. Here we go. We can see our flags are up. We have got in boat number 1, we have Team Tara. Boat number 2, we have Flying Sharks. We have boat number 3, FFV Youth. We have boat number 4 with Supersonic. Boat number 5, VJ Holland. Boat number 6, Super Bella. Boat number 7, Desert Eagle. And boat number 8, Jammin. So it looks like we've got a whole new set of 8 teams. Nobody has stayed in, so it's going to be exciting. We are going to see. Here we go. We've got boat number 3 there. We've got FFV Youth just trying to hold off boat number 6 of Super Bella. So they're going to try and stop them from getting into that little gap. They don't want them taking their breeze, especially in this light. We've got boat number 1, Team Tara. Oh, going for a risky move. They're trying to push Super Bella up. I think there's going to be a protest there. Yep, I think that's a protest from boat number 1 for boat number 6 not moving out the way. So Super Bella not moving out the way, going up closer to the wind. FFV are now trying to protect their position. They don't want to lose out. We've got boat number 5 there. Oh, VJ Holland coming across on port. That is interesting. And here we go. Boat number 8, 7 and 2. So that is Jammin, Desert Eagle and Flying Sharks are at the pin end of the line. And we've got boat number 3 of FFV Youth. 6 tacking there of Super... Oh, no,
oh,
not
no,
tacking.
change of mind.
Super Bella, I think they thought they had a space and they didn't. They're going to go round. That's interesting. Are they OCS? Let's find out. Hopefully we can get that information from the race committee. Or they just chose to jibe round and go off on port, or they're doing a penalty. I think they're doing a penalty.
I think that was a penalty from before. They decided to get a little bit of speed on. Very different idea for boat number 5, VJ Holland. They've decided they were the only ones that started on port. They went right to the committee end of the boat and they're off. We've seen it happen before, Becky. It's very light winds and you can see sometimes it's better to go off in your own lane and try and get a nice bit of breeze out on the right. We're just looking at boat number 8 here. Jamming, they've had a good day, I believe, so far, but as we can see from track, FFV Youth is out in front, followed by Supersonic and Desert Eagle.
Yeah, absolutely. So just having a look at Jamming, they had a 4 in flight 1 and a 3 in flight 2, and they're sitting at 3.5 in flight 3 at the moment. We're just waiting for the last bit of information. So there's a nice little roll tack there from our team on Tara from Singapore there, and we've got a cross. So that is boat number 2. So that's Flying Sharks on starboard. So they had the right of way. However, Jamming were in front of them, so they've crossed across on port. And we've also got Desert Eagle on port as well, and boat number 3, FFV Youth, also heading out that way as well.
It doesn't look to have paid off huge amounts for VJ Holland. When I was saying they were heading out to the right, they are just about on ley line. They are currently in 7th place, but you never know how much they can gain by having that clear air. They're just tacking right now on the ley line as they are going to head to the windward mark. But the majority of the pack, you can see, yeah, that's a great shot to show. So that on the right with the yellow top of the sail, they've just tacked and they've got one long schlep to the windward mark there, and to see what unfolds with everyone else on port, but they could just be getting in ahead.
Yeah, that's a really good. They might have just seen a little bit of breeze as well out there, but that lovely wide aerial shot was fantastic. That is absolutely spot on. It's going to be great to see when those boats cross where they're going to come round that that little yellow triangle, not yellow, sorry, orange triangle, just off the front of the power boat there. That's going to be great. So here we go. We're now starting to see boats tack onto what we call the ley line. So that's the imaginary running line, running track. I'm going to call it running track up to that then. So it's not a bend like a watermelon skin. It's definitely a nice straight line, but the wind can be quite unpredictable when it's like that, can't it, Helen?
Absolutely. And oh, Vika, look at that for FFV Youth. They have come out in 1st place as they come to the windward mark up there. They've done the best coming in from port, and they've just sort of slightly swallowed up VJ Holland there, who are yellow with number 5, and they have definitely not had the best time.
That's a great shot. So hopefully we can see that. Oh, was that whistles from our umpires? We're going to get an update.
Last race of the day. It's okay. Nothing happening here. Last race of the day.
All right. Boat number 2. Oh, such a shame. So boat number 2, Flying Sharks, thought they had a gap in there to come round the mark, and they couldn't. So they've had to bear away. So they've had to go away from the mark, find another little gap, which they've done. This is close racing. This is great. So boat number 1 is 2nd. So that's Tara's managed to get round. Sorry, 3rd. I didn't see that light spinnaker in there. And if we can just go in a little bit closer, we can see the action. Oh, that is going to be sneaky. That's going to be another decision there on where Flying Sharks, have they got enough room to get round the boat that was there online? So we're just watching. So FFV are leading the pack. We're jamming close behind. Then we've got Supersonic, VJ Holland, Desert Eagle, Flying Sharks, Tara, and Super Bella.
Yeah, looking
all absolutely close.
Looking at Tara and Super Bella there, they're just a couple of the last to come round that windward mark. So still little battles as they go through, but FFV Youth have definitely holding out in front here, but it's close. They can't relax for a second. Oh, what's happened here?
Flying Sharks have had a shocker.
That is definitely. Do you think they've caught the boy on themselves?
No, I think they were going for a penalty or a re-rounding, and they just didn't see the mark there, and they've just decided to park themselves. They're going to have to get themselves off pretty quick to get out. And so let's keep on these boats here as we see what's taking place in the 2 different fleets. So we've got a bit of a gap there, Helen. We've got a fleet to the left and a fleet to the right. We've just seen Supersonic jibe off. They are local. They do have local knowledge. They're going to be looking at the wind. We've got Jamming as well, so which is our team from Italy. But leading there, we've still got FFV Youth, so the French team. They're going to jibe off as well. Is it going to be a clean jibe? Yeah, beautiful clean jibe with 4 on board. Okay, we just see Jamming there trying to get that baton out of the top of the main with Supersonic there in boat number 4. And coming into view, protecting their area on the course, is the French youth team, FFV Youth team. I wonder what's happening over on that left-hand side of the course with VJ Holland, with Desert Eagle, and with Super Bella. As we just get them coming down. So they're going to be coming down to the first of the rounding, first of the gate, and their 2nd lap. So if we can watch, that's what's happening at the bottom of the sailing of the course as we get the gate, and focus on those 2 marks, those 2 triangle marks at the bottom of the course.
Here we are.
So we can see what's happening. Here's a jibe.
FFV Youth here, so they're currently leading. They're coming around. They've decided to come around this mark.
Windward drop, going into a leeward drop. That is great work. They've got to get that pole in.
and Jamming have gone to the other mark, so they are neck and neck. There's only a few meters in it between 1 and 2, but of course we can only see that by looking at track because they're going to totally different sides of the course. And just remember their positions from here. We can see at the left, unfortunately, it's very difficult pictures for Flying Sharks up there, because they had to sort out their spinnaker, and then they've had to do their turn. So bad for them, but here we are, FFV Youth. I've got good feelings about this team.
These guys, yeah, I think they might have just needed a little bit of a warm-up and then come to get themselves over. Here's VJ Holland, our returning Dutch team, as they've come round in 4th position looking at track, and we've got boat number 3 there of FF Youth again. But it'd be good to see where everybody's standing when we look out at the race course, so we can see where those 2 roundings in that split fleet. We've got another split fleet. We have got FFV Youth, we've got VJ Holland, we've got Desert Eagle, and we've got Super Bella that have chosen that left-hand side of the mark and the left-hand side of the course. We have got Team Jamming, we have got Supersonic, and we have got Tara that has chosen to go to the right-hand side of the course. And if we can see what's taking place at the
I can see from this that Jamming look like they've had a really good at-wind leg on taking the right-hand side of the course. They're already at leyline, Becky. They're already at leyline, so there's no buttery biscuit base around them. They are absolutely flying along, and they have taken the lead from FFV Youth. They're about 30 metres ahead, but of course that gap is now closing as the French youth team start to head towards that upwind mark.
No, it's going to be, now it's just, I think, Helen, it's all just going to be about sensible decisions, sensible boat manoeuvres, and try not to make too many boat handling mistakes. So here we go, 6 and 7. We have Super Bella and Desert Eagle there racing for that top mark. We've got boat number 5 there with VJ Holland crossing in front of them on port. So they were super safe, but let's head back to our top mark so we can see the roundings that are coming in, and we can see where everybody's...
It is going to be close between Jamming and FFV. I think we're going to have a classic meeting at the mark here. Jamming are on boat number 8, and they are on starboard, they are slightly above leyline as they head towards the windward mark. But FFV Youth, if we can have a look at the windward mark, we'll be able to see how close they are. I think they're going to dip. I think they are behind Jamming as they head to the windward mark. So there we are, looking at Jamming, boat number 8 with the green there on the tip of the sail. They are ahead. I think we're going to be seeing in picture very soon FFV Youth coming in on port. But to me, it looks like I think they might have already gone behind them. There you go. You can see it in the middle there, just Jamming coming round that windward mark, and on the right is FFV Youth. So we did say, let's remember when we were looking at the positions on the downwind gate, Jamming went to the right and FFV Youth went to the left as we were looking at it, and it looked like the right paid.
I think so, yeah. And there we go. We've just got coming into view here boat number 1 of Tara and boat number 4 of Supersonic. So here we go. We've got let's watch this tack here as we stay on boat number 1. Get themselves rolling over quite a flat tack. Would have probably looked for Tara to do a little bit more of a roll going into that tack, but they've managed to keep some speed into it. We've got Supersonic there. Oh, come on, boat number 5.
Oh, VJ Holland.
So, VJ Holland, let's get that. Oh, we've definitely got some tied up there now. You just see them not quite powering through. And here comes boat number 4 of Supersonic. What a fantastic spinnaker hoist there as we pan back to Team Tara. That was super slick. Pole went out, tack line was on, and spinnaker was already halfway up the mast. It was really, really smart. Oh, and here we go. We've got boat number 6 coming in on port. So that's Super Bella sneaking in. Oh, I thought that was a little bit of a cross, but they've managed to sneak round the back. No starboard boats there to contend with. So we've got boat number 5 just in front of us here on VJ Holland, with FFV, who are now sitting in third, and with Supersonic in 4th. So this is all going to be about, for Jamming, protecting their positioning, and then for our VJ Holland team, our FFV Youth, and Supersonic trying to get one more place up. Can they make those tactical decisions? If we keep an eye on boat number 5 and boat number 3, that would be that would give us a good indication. We've got Supersonic choosing to go over to the right, which means that when they come back to the finish line, potentially they are going to be on starboard, which means that could there be a boat-on-boat situation. There's our race winners for the moment, jamming. They're managing to keep a 47 to 50 metre lead over the top of the next two boats that are the closest to them. So we're just waiting to see what will happen when these boats come together. So there we go. That is boat number 3 going for a jibe. So that is our FF youth team.
So it's been difficult for them. They were ahead on the first half of the race. But still, this is really, really important for them, really important to keep in the top 3 and keep their scorecard looking good. So there they are. I mean, it's great teamwork. You see how all their weight's forward when they've got 4 on board, but here we are looking at their closest competitors. So you see that all, they've got obviously the helm skipper at the back, and everyone else has got their weight forward to try and get the best position on that boat. But closest to them, who they're really trying to catch, is VJ Holland. There's 3 of them on board, but they've got the 4 on the youth. So look here, these really looking out the boat, eyes out the boat, looking there,
driving that bow down as well. So when you're on the light winds, we wanted to keep the bow down a little bit to keep
I think we've jamming and finished. I think it's super close if we could look at the finish line between FF Youth. I think they've got them. I think FFV Youth have just got on the finish line. I think they crossed pretty much at the same time between FFV Holland and VJ Holland, sorry, and FFV Youth. They haven't called it on track. They've got them finishing at exactly the same time, so we'll have a look. That's going to be
a race committee decision, I think, isn't it? So there we go. Just saw a quick zoom in on Desert Eagle. Are they going to manage to sneak in and take a position over from
Super Bella
coming in? Super Bella coming in.
Yeah, so we've had Supersonic sneak in.
And see, I think they did. Desert Eagle have just managed to sneak in, take on from Super Bella on boat number 6 and away from Tara on boat number 1.
Another very close call. That's great racing.
I definitely wouldn't want to be Lady Chatterley on that committee boat deciding the results there. It's going to be a bit of a tough one. And unfortunately, there we go. We have Flying Sharks are still going. They're still trying to get down and finish within that 5-minute time limit. I think they're going to be outside those cold doors of Hogwarts later on when the wind drops and the sunset disappears. Helen,
absolutely.
What a great final race for the day.
Absolutely great. As we heard with the whistles before, that was the race committee saying that we have no more racing to fashion out there on the water today, but we are very excited about having everyone back to join us tomorrow, and particularly grateful to our sponsors who are helping us make this event happen. Title sponsor Dubai Duty Free. We've had the pleasure of speaking to Ramesh Kadambi and Michael Schmidt earlier on today, who happily are having a great time at the event and very, very proud to be our sponsors here, along with some other very valued sponsors.
Absolutely. So with our title sponsor Dubai Duty Free, we then also have our sponsors Cars, CMS Live, Ribcraft, DIMC. We are also supported by the Dubai Sports Council, Ragged Edge Rigging, UAE Sailing and Rowing Federation, SB20 UAE and Shiseido. So a fantastic Race Village atmosphere will be kicking in a bit later as the sailors come on to debrief and decide. But we're just going to go to a quick message before we end our broadcast today with, I think we might have a special guest sitting there waiting for us, Helen. We're going to relocate to our interview spot, and here's a quick message from our title sponsors.
Well, we have relocated just outside our seaside studio, and as you can see by the light, it is dusk at dosc here, and we are joined by Simon Reeves, the Commodore of the Dubai Offshore Sailing Club. Simon, I know you've been very busy today. Have you managed to catch any of the racing and enjoy anything that was on the water?
Good evening. Yes, I have, and I have been watching on the YouTube feed as well. Very impressed, by the way. Fantastic commentary, very clear. One thing I will take out of that experience is the technology that you're using this year. It's a real step up from last year. The ability to follow the boats, you know, in terms of tracking their route through the course. I think the camera work has been, you know, a lot more enhanced this year. A lot more sort of close up on the buoys and things. I think they're really good, and lots of live commentary. I mean, I had one question to you. I had a lot of interesting words. And I wonder if there might be something behind that.
We should probably, I mean, all the sailors here and anyone that was here this morning, we have come up with a little game, good old-fashioned word bingo. Becky and I very proud of all the commentary we've done today, but particularly proud of the very difficult 20 words we successfully got into commentary. I'm so glad you noticed. It's not easy to get buttery biscuit base into sailing commentary, but hopefully any of you that are on shore, if you did hear them all, then get over to registration, because there is a prize every day. But 20 words, I'm glad you noticed.
Well, I think I got 21, so do I get a prize?
Oh, well, let's
you need to leave now. Go.
Depends what your 21st word was. So, no, it's very much about, and we didn't come up with the words at all, so we put it out to the sailors and the spectators at dosc today to come up with the words. So
yes, we did not come up with the words.
No.
We would not have done that to ourselves.
Yeah, I must say, but, I mean, watching the sailors at work, you know, the teamwork going on the boats, really quite impressive. I think some real skill being displayed today, in particular with the conditions that we had. And you could see, you know, they wanted to get going, but the wind just wasn't allowing that to happen today. 2 cancelled races, which is, of course, you know, something we'd like to avoid if we can. What do you think the weather's going to be like tomorrow? Have you got ideas? Are we going to be improving on today? Do you think we'll get more races in tomorrow?
I think we're looking at a similar day tomorrow in terms of breeze. It's not looking. We're hopefully if the temperature drops a little bit, then we'll get a little bit of that sea breeze will come in earlier. I mean, it was quite unheard of, really, for November or beginning of December, to have that massive hole in the middle of the day where we had no wind. We used to seeing that at that earlier time in the day between 11 and 12 or 11 and 1, not really so late between 2 and 3. So it was really difficult conditions for Roger Wilson, the race director, and Nick Fisk. But we were listening on the chat, and there was lots of discussion about moving marks and getting the course right. I did notice that they shortened the length of the course so that we could make sure that we got into race 8. I know they were trying to finish race 9. We were getting the information from our ears on the ground here, but it just didn't happen. I think the sunset hit beforehand, and we needed to get everybody in and on shore to enjoy the race village later on. So
yeah, of course, and the race village is looking fantastic down there. Some real delights on offer for our sailors as they get back onto the shore, which I'm sure we'll be joining, no doubt, very soon.
Yes, it's not just the racing here. There's huge amounts of entertainment that's being put on here. So fun for the spectators in the day and fun for the sailors and the spectators by night.
Absolutely, and we're just looking forward to, it's obviously UAE National Day, so it's public holiday taking place over the next few days. So we've got some amazing things, not just around sailing, but about celebrating our amazing country that we live in. We're 52 years old. I really hope I've got that right. If I apologise if I haven't, I will have to do my investigation. I think actually it's 50, yeah.
1974.
So do the math. I'm not a mathematician. I'm a PE teacher, a commentator, and a sailor.
We need to get better at maths for doing
right. We'll come back to you on that one. That is all right. We can beat that one out and cut it, and then when we no, I'm joking. We're live. So so we're going to be celebrating UAE National Day at dosc with lots of fun family events that are going to be taking place in the race village. We're going to have a parade of sail. And then obviously on the on Saturday, we're going to have the traditional dhow race, which is Mohammed Harab told us about this morning, where we're going to be seeing our youth dhow sailors coming past, and that's going to be a spectacular. Simon, are you going out on the parade of sail?
Yes, I am going to join the parade of sail to celebrate the 51st birthday, and I will.
I'm so glad you remembered how many years.
I will.
Sorry.
I'll be taking part in that tomorrow, and we're looking to put on a real display. I know a lot of people are putting a lot of effort into bunting and decorating boats and sort of things. So I'm sure that will be something to behold tomorrow.
We always do love a good dress up of people and dress up of boats at dosc, and I think that's the thing. It's such a big community here. It's, I mean, what drives you to one, be the Commodore? Because it is not a paid role; it's a volunteer role, Simon. So you give up your precious time away from your love of sailing. What sort of drives you to keep stepping up and coming here and talking to us?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, you know, I think when you come to an event like this and you see what the team can do. And you know you've been part of that. I think that's what drives me to do this. It's a real honour, first of all, of course, to take on the role, and which I've done now for nearly 6 years. But I think about the progress that we've made, and I think about the future plans that we have got, and I'm looking forward to seeing those too. So I think it's in and amongst that, and the passion for the sport, and a love of the community that we have here at dosc. So yeah, that's in that box. There it is.
And it's great to welcome so many international sailors as well. For the next 4 days. I think that's the thing. We've got an amazing place here, and we get to show it off to some people from all around the world, and hopefully invite them back again.
And I think we do want to try and forge that international knowledge of what we have to offer here, and our seasons overlap. It's a natural training destination for sailors in Europe and elsewhere where they're moving into their winter seasons. We'd like to promote that, I think, more. We'd like to, with the World Championships, of course, coming in February 2024, like to encourage, a lot of local teams to take part and grow with us in the next sort of 18 months or so between now and the World Championships.
No, and it's already showing with how many teams we have coming from Oman, from GCC. We've got obviously the Jeddah Yacht Club, so Saudi Arabia, and then with our 12 locally based teams. Fortunately, we haven't got anybody from Abu Dhabi this time. I know that they would have loved to come, but it just didn't work with their sailing season. But with obviously UAE Sailing and Rowing Federation and their support and DIMC support, it's only going to get bigger, I think. And obviously international events such as Sail GP that took place a few weekends ago, where not only Dubai Offshore Sailing Club was involved, but many of our sailors and our sailing community, in terms of volunteering, in terms of the Inspire Career Programme, in terms of our youth sailors on the water. I think it's only going to grow and even more, and we get to see more of these events out on the water.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's fantastic that we've got a team from P&M Marinas represented here today, and the great partners of ours, and of course they're the hosts of the Sail GP, and one very much hopes that returns again next year. Fantastic event, very great fun. So yeah, lots to look forward to. Packed calendar on our side, and into another day of sailing here tomorrow.
You're a bit jealous, Helen. Do you want to move over here and get yourself sailing? But you're a mountain biker and
exactly. Someone was talking about whether I wanted to go for a ride whilst I was out here. I was like, on what hills? Actually, I should probably enjoy that. Enjoy a bit of flat cycling. It is amazing here. I'm very, very fortunate to come over. Particularly December in the UK isn't the most glamorous you've ever seen. So apparently this cold weather here that they're experiencing right now is still absolutely boiling. So I'm having a great time, and I think great first day. And when we did have a few breaks in the racing, I was able to go and talk to some of the sailors, and everyone's having a fabulous time. Tired, it's hard work out there, it's exhausting in the heat and having to constantly think about all the manoeuvres, particularly when you have to think about what your crew's doing, crew weight, what all the other boats are doing. But otherwise, I think a good first day.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think this is pretty much it from us. As the sun sets over the Arabian Gulf, we can see some iconic views in our background. We've had an amazing day of the first day of the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta. Thank you to all of our sponsors, especially to Dubai Duty Free, for hosting us, for being able to support sailing in the UAE and Dubai and at Dubai Offshore Sailing Club. Join us tomorrow for day 2, where you can keep up to date on our live YouTube channel. You can play word bingo. You can keep up to date with the live results, which are broadcast through our sailing website, a dosc website, as well as a track and the graphics there. So thank you very much. Thank you, Helen. Thank you, Simon. Thank you. Join us tomorrow. We're looking forward to some excellent racing and hopefully some very, very interesting tactical and sailing manoeuvres taking place.
The Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta. My name's Helen Bulkley, this is Becky Britton. Now, Becky Britton's actually the youth advisor at Dubai Offshore Sailing Club. Very nice start from everyone coming in on starboard.
They're all very close. First race is always a tricky one. Very high quality sailors on there. FFV, so that's our French youth team, is leading the way down.
Great start.